seats, please. It's 9 o'clock. It's time to get underway, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Filimoni Uili, who's a Methodist minister from Tonga, who will open the meeting with a prayer. Up to you. Now you just, yes, press the button and away you go.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I welcome the Bristol.
Excuse me, sorry. Could you just tilt the microphone down? Yes, close.
All right.
Thank you.
I welcome the Bristol to the Hebrews with synthesize the importance of love and encourage one another. I'll start with and let us consider how to provide one another to love and good deeds, not neglecting to meet together, as it is habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching. Let us pray. Eternal Father, you are the creator of the world we dwell in. We thank you for trusting and giving us authority over the works of your hands. We testify that the world we treasure is full of fortune, and that all work for the benefit of us, men and women. Unfortunately, our stewardship falls short, and we make this wonderful world a place full of challenges that we struggle to live in. These are global challenges, but we witness them here in Dunedin. These challenges have become a yoke placed on the shoulders of the mayor of Dunedin City, His Worship Charles Radick, and all the councillors represent the people of this city. We acknowledge all DCC officials' commitment and dedication since they upheld their role. We thank you for being servanthood. They are here not to be served, but to serve the people of Dunedin. Today's discussion, including the government regulatories standards bill, the plan for managing new homes in Dunedin, the climate change and automated zero carbon plan, and other essential matters. Therefore, we come before you, Lord. Please continue blessing and empowering them with wisdom and discernment. Illuminate their judgment and plans with your celestial insights. Fill them with hopeful hearts. Remind them to seek your grace for better judgment, knowing your wisdom lies beyond measure. Lord, let your divine insurance be with them, so they may be able to listen, accept, and respect each other. Heavenly Father, we pray that DCC will have a productive meeting today. Strengthen them with prudence so that they can discuss and tackle the important things they need to tackle and efficiently handle them. We also pray that you give this council the grace to develop the best possible and morally right solutions that would best benefit the people DCC serves. We celebrate the rise of the Matariki, a space for transition and reflection when communities gather to remember the past and prepare for future. Lord, we pray for today, tomorrow, and all future path of the journey by the mayor and or the councillor. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your sentiments for us. Thank you. So, before we get underway with the meeting proper, I'd just like to acknowledge our favourite cameraman. Luke Chapman has endured a great, well, luckily tragedy was averted, but a pretty devastating event of having his house burned down on the weekend, which is pretty horrific. And I visited him yesterday in hospital. He's got some really severe burns right across his back. So, because of course he was in a state of large undress in his PJ shorts and had to get everyone out safely and managed to escape the house, and everyone did get out safely. But, you know, he was quite badly burned. So thanks very much to his bravery and efforts, everyone did survive. So, because there were 5 people in the house, which was quite a few at the time. So I'd just like to make mention of that, and certainly he's in great spirits and looks well, other than a few burn marks on his face and a lot of bandaging across his arms and back. Anyway, I thought it'd be interesting, you may be interested to have that update on his state. And we will miss him, but it looks like the team is able to carry on in his absence, so we thank him for that.
Mr. Mayor, if I can also just add that his children are the 2 camera operators while he operates the slide and whatever the technology is out the back, and Junie has come through today as well. So after going through what she's gone through, she's still over there behind the camera. So a lot of strength in that family.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so there's no public forum today, and we have apologies for lateness for Councillor Fiso, who's just arrived. So thank you, and Councillor Houlihan. And there'll be early departure for myself, and I'm going to the airport to welcome the plane, and Councillors Wiley and Gilbert. So I move that we accept the apologies for early departure. Seconder for that, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of agenda, page 4. I move the Council confirms the agenda without any additions or alterations. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any changes to the interest register? Councillor Gary.
From tomorrow, I will no longer be chair of Study Dunedin, so if that could be removed. Thank you. My term's come to an end.
Righto. Any others? Very good. So I move that the committee notes the members elected members' interest register as attached and confirms the management plan for it, and includes for the future the change that we've just heard. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 6, confirmation of minutes of the Ordinary Council Meeting 26 May 2025. Do we have any comments on that? Therefore I move that Council confirms the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 7, submission on the Regulatory Standards Bill. Oh. Okay. Yes. All right. So we'll park that one for the meantime, and we'll move to the Otepoti Dunedin Housing Plan Update, item 8. And Ms. Brown is here, and Ms. Moran. So they'll come to the desk and be ready to I'm sure be prepared to answer any questions we may have. Do you have any prefacing comments? No? Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 63, paragraph 25, it talks about the 2,100 uninhabitable homes, e.g. due to mould or disrepair. So how are those measured? Is there a register of homes like that?
That comes from the Census, and the Census questions asked about mould larger than an A4 size piece of paper.
And do we do any surveying of the student area? During the weekend I was taken to see some disreputable houses. So would those be captured, do you think, in the census, or do we do some surveying around that, specifically?
We don't do specific surveying, but we do have Lisa, our eco-design advisor, who does a lot of work with the OUSA, and we're part of a joint group with MB and the tenancy group to enforce particularly bad examples.
And the Sophia Charter, we got the minutes from that last week, and does that also look at the Māori homes and help students specifically, I guess, with their troubles in reporting to us? Because one of the questions asked was, is there anything that the DCC can do about the Māori homes?
I can answer that one, Councillor. The Sophia Charter, from a DCC point of view, isn't necessarily going to look around the accommodation. That is one of the working groups on the accommodation, but from a DCC point of view, given we've got only limited powers within that dangerous and insanitary provisions, that's where the tenancy services and MB come in, and working with OUSA, working with those students. But certainly some of the feedback from some of the students at the time is that they're not comfortable in speaking out, and certainly Councillor Geary made that comment to the committee, or to the HUI at the time.
Yes. We'll have a question from Councillor Vandevers first, and then you have a question. Sorry. Yes. Councillor Vandevers.
The create collaboration opportunities. We hear a lot about collaboration. So I've got two questions really. One of them is, do we have examples of other councils actually having successful collaboration outputs? And the other one is the emphasis on building affordable homes. It seems to me that if you want to build a new house, it's always going to be more expensive than a second-hand one. Why this emphasis only on affordable homes when, if we were to promote all kind of home building, especially unaffordable ones, that would leave more homes available for the second-hand market? Have you considered not just looking at affordable homes, but just getting more housing generally?
Yes. The reason that we're focused on affordable homes is that this is specifically looking at land that DCC owns, and that we can enter into some sort of agreement with whoever it might be, whether that's a community housing provider or a provider such as Habitat for Humanity or someone like that, who could build on a piece of land that we might own, that we might, for example, do a long-term lease or something like that to make the actual house way more affordable. There's a number of options around the world which do things like that. There's an excellent example in Australia called the Nightingale organisation. They do fabulous work where the cost of the land is taken out of the cost of the house. This not only works for affordable owned homes but affordable rentals, and that's something that we are desperately short of in this city.
If you talk about making them affordable by doing them on council land, isn't that basically just the DCC subsidising new homes when you could get a lot more homes built without having to do that subsidy?
We're talking about using pieces of land that we might have that we're not going to utilise, which is currently zoned residential. So at the moment we're gaining nothing from those pieces of land apart from the cost to mow them.
Surely if we're gaining nothing with those bits of land, then I recently had confirmed that we have an awful lot of them. Why not actually sell those bits of land and let private developers build on them? That would be a much quicker way, surely, of getting more houses, would it not?
That will be definitely in the options when we come to you for the decision.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Yeah, I have several questions, Ms Brown. Given we've just heard the census has been cancelled, how will we get that kind of information into the future?
I don't know, because the census is the only place where we get a lot of our homeless data specifically, and it's the only time that we get that data on the uninhabitable homes, because people are specifically asked about it. So I can't see where else we will get it at moving forward.
And to that point, I just wanted, if you'll indulge me, Mr Mayor, being the councillor on the Sophia Charter, just to add to what Mr Henderson said, it was a point of much discussion at the last Sophia Charter meeting. We have a representative of the property investors there, we had OUSA, and we discussed the various initiatives that are there to support students where their flats are mouldy and so forth. And I made the point, and I've got numerous examples of this, where students don't feel empowered to raise issues such as mould and so forth, because they're partway through their tenancy, they don't want to rock the boat, they're there for a year. And some, and I'm saying some, minority I believe, of landlords are getting away with things they should not be getting away with. So there was a lot of discussion about how students could be empowered more, people could be empowered more, it's not just students. Just going on to a couple of other things, number 16, you talk about hygiene facilities and laundry. I noticed Orange Sky has 40 locations around New Zealand but not Dunedin. Is there a particular reason?
Orange Sky is coming in September to have a sort of a scoping type meeting.
It's really good to hear. And finally, on page 61, Action 2 around land. Some of us were at Abbeyfield the other day, and I know that's an area of interest for them. I'm assuming you're having discussions with all sorts of people, including them.
There are discussions with a whole group of people, and it's fair to say that it's a lever that council could pull if it chooses to, and those are the options that we will walk back to you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Ms Brown. My first question was around the Abbeyfield models. That's been answered. So I just want to ask a question in terms of, and I know this report is just for noting, in terms of the newspaper article this morning and the Kiangiora situation. So it ties into Action 8 and 9. 8 seems like you're doing really well. In terms of 9 and that goal for functional zero, how is the relationship with Kiangiora and other key stakeholders that are an integral part of us as a council reaching that sort of nirvana?
I think our relationships on personal levels are absolutely fine. I think that there is some levels of invisibility of Dunedin and generally the South Island in some of the structure of CHP development and so on in the country from the central government. Yeah.
Sorry, the reason I partly asked that question is, and I'll be a bit bold here, locally in Port Chalmers in terms of the Albertson Avenue situation, the community board and local advocates have found it extremely difficult communicating with Kiangiora. Is there a line perhaps, say the board can feed through you in terms of trying to get answers for the local community?
I'm happy to help out where I can.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
I was going to talk about the cuts to the 120 homes from Kiangiora. Getting back to the census data, so our 5-year reporting is going to be replaced by a much smaller sample from tax records and school enrolments for our population stats. But do you think that perhaps the census data was already skewed, that we don't capture homeless people, some of our immigrant and refugee communities, overstayers. I mean, some people avoid providing that information. So my feeling would be that we didn't have all of the data anyway, and now we're going to have even less and less. Do you have concerns about the information we'll have going forward?
I think that's a fair statement. The homeless figures that we have every census are generally estimates anyway, because a lot of our homeless folk, regardless of what we see in the newspaper, are actually really well hidden. They hide in places where they won't be found, and that's the way they choose to be, or the way that they feel the safest. So yeah, I think it is a fair statement, and everybody who works in the homelessness area recognise that the census data is incomplete or not as accurate as it could be.
And also those specific questions we talked about before about mould in your home and the state of your living, that because there won't be a question asked, that information will just disappear as well.
That's correct. And the beauty of the census is that it gets people who are homeowners as well. MB has the ability to go into tenancies, but it doesn't have the ability to go into a private home, because it's a private home and you can have whatever you like in your own home. So yeah, that level of data is definitely going to be incomplete.
So this will also be a risk to senior people, perhaps, who are homeowners but living in a house that's incredibly poorly maintained.
Yeah, it absolutely could be a deficit that we see, and I know that our health colleagues who work in community health are concerned.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā korua. My two questions relate to number 9. Congratulations and thank you for all your mahi in this space, Ms Brown. And I'm proud that you are convening Te Kauru. Would you like to comment further about how that group works? And
so that group is a group of people who work within the homeless space within councils across the country. It now involves something, I think we've got representatives from every council. Not everybody is fully involved in the housing space. Some of them are in the security space, some of them are in the community partnership space, but it is a way that we can share resources and share ideas. It's fair to say that some of our people are more security focused and some of our people are more community focused, but that brings extra juice to the conversation, and I think that it is also given external groups a place to go. So for example, at the last meeting we had a representative from the Retail Safety Advisory Group that was set up by the government. He came and did a presentation, and we've had input into that piece of work. So it's giving us visibility in a whole range of pieces of work.
thank you. And relating to point 16, in terms of your advocacy opportunities, I myself was very surprised at Minister Potaka's attitude towards not ending homelessness. Would you like to comment not on that necessarily, but any of your advocacy opportunity?
So there was one just after that at the affordable housing group where we had members of Treasury in the room. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of other government departments in the room, and I don't know what drove that, possibly the cost. But Treasury were in the room, and I was one of the speakers and was able to advocate for us in the South Island, not just Dunedin, but in the South Island, not getting much of a share of the funding, especially through some of the latest policies from central government.
Thank you. Just a quick related question, the outcome star. facility or program that you've identified and have launched. Is also, how is that working? I see the graph there, but how is it, the uptake and acceptance and the results that it's producing, please?
Yeah, so the numbers that I had hoped for the first year were probably in the range of 20 to 30. We've got close to that. We've got about 18 or 19, so we're pretty good. Considering we don't have an outreach service that physically goes and talks to people, that's just relying on our partners. I think the data that's coming from that is really interesting. And that, alongside the heat mapping type work that we're hoping to embark on, that should start to form some of the strategic views as to what we need to do and where we need to do it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I was going to ask that same question about Outcome Star, but I'll just ask a follow-up question. I see you comment that Te Whatu Ora have chosen not to renew their licence. So what's the impact of that, and is it just a monetary thing, or...?
So Te Whatu Ora, the people who were doing the Outcome Star were up in Wakari, and they found that because of the people they were dealing with, and they were releasing people into... sometimes into homelessness or into insecurity, that it wasn't, they didn't find that it was a positive experience for their people, and so that is their primary reason. However, they have absolutely agreed to continue to be involved and to continue to share information that they have. So that's a great outcome.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I'm sure that you saw or heard about the television network documentary or report on the Māori homes issue, and given that we spend a lot of money trying to promote Dunedin and depend on successful enrolments at the university, I found that incredibly damaging, and I'd like to think that we're doing what we can to turn that around. I'm sure no one would disagree with that. My question is, therefore, do you have the resources you think are necessary to make sure that should such an expose be attempted in a year's time, they would find a quite different picture?
Most of the enforcement actually sits with others, unfortunately, as Paul has attested to, but we are actively involved with a group with MB and MSD and Fire and a whole lot of others to actively work on this. We can only support because the primary agency for that is MB, but we're working on it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you again. I just wondered if you could talk to the statistic 792 living in overcrowded conditions. Are they young people, students sleeping on couches, or are they extended whānau, like people living in family groups where we don't have enough bedrooms in our available rental spaces for the whole family to be living?
So this is effectively your couch surfers or your families living with families. It's my understanding that it's where a bedroom has more than 3 people assigned to it, that's deemed to be overcrowded or such. In some cases, it's not an issue. In other cases, it can be. But that's one of those little nuggets that comes from Census, which we will lose.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking at Action 10, expand provider and agency involvement, and I guess I was just looking at it in context of what Wellington did last week, and I wonder if the Wellington model, could you explain a little bit more about that? And would it be something that would be suitable for Dunedin, or does there, do you know about this one? Okay. There's an announcement that Wellington City Council agreed to spend nearly $500,000 on a homelessness coordination service to support people who are sleeping rough. So it happened last Thursday, and it talks about the Downtown Community Ministry, Hiranga Kura, and another one working together in the Wellington City Mission. So if you don't know about it, that's fine, but I guess that comes back to when it talks about the implementation plan 24-26. I just wonder when the implementation plan's going to be reviewed and some of those actions, I guess, possibly changed in light of changes.
So Wellington have had an active outreach service paid for by council for a number of years. A significant number of years. So DCM have had staff and been funded by council for 15 or 20 years. So it's a significantly entrenched system. They also have an outreach team on staff that work alongside. So they are, it's fair to say, further down the line than many of us. Plus their ministries is huge. The numbers of emergency beds, not MSD emergency beds, but shelter beds, is huge in comparison to Dunedin's.
So quite a different model from Dunedin, but is it something that we could possibly look at, in the dream of the future? Would that be something that we could look at?
You are talking about Jill's Utopia.
Right. Are there any further questions? I see none, therefore thank you very much. And so in that case, I'd like to move that council notes the update against the update on the Ōrepoti Dunedin Housing Plan 2022 and its implementation plan 24 to 26. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. So, in speaking to this, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the amazing work that Ms Brown has put into this over many years in council. I think, in two really significant things have been reported in this, in the report that we have, this update that we have from us. Firstly, some discussion and some results from the Outcome Star, which is a well-proven method used around the world that originated in the UK, I believe, to assess homelessness and get a good handle on what is actually happening in the community. And of course, knowledge is power, and the more knowledge we have, the better we will be able to identify opportunities and holes that we are able to fill. Obviously, we have much less resources than the government, and clearly the government is not very happy with the amount of building that's going on, but also they've pulled back on what they're actually doing about things. And so in some ways it'll be up to us to see if we can identify some initiatives that are worth our while to take and within our resources to take. The other thing that is notified in here, in this update, is the Ms Brown convening the National Council Group, Te Kauro, which collaborates with the LGNZ and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development authorities. And that work, it's all about working together collaboratively with other agencies throughout the country to achieve the best results possible. And it's interesting to hear about Wellington. I have talked extensively to the Methodist City Missioner, and he's been very proactive and has quite considerable resources at his disposal, but in terms of building housing within that city. And the thing, of course, we have here is a smaller community and less resources, but I think it's beholden on us to do the best with what we've got. But as it sits, though, we're the second largest council with community housing, but of course the need for social housing is, well, dire. So I think it's beholden on us to see, to work, steadily with the resources we do have available to keep moving in that direction. Speakers, Councillor Vandervis.
First up, there's been a number of claims about the real problem of mouldy houses. All rental agreements these days go through tenancy services. The tenancy services lease agreement is something like 25 pages, and most of those pages deal with insulation requirements, heating requirements, and ventilation regulations. If anybody does have a mouldy house, tenancy services are very, very well equipped to deal with it, and landlords, in my experience, are very, very aware that they cannot avoid the law in terms of requiring ventilation and insulation, for instance. Getting on to the issue about building affordable homes. You can't build affordable homes any more than you can provide brand new affordable cars. A brand new house is always going to be expensive. And this idea that we can somehow magic affordable homes that are brand new, and we're going to do this by pretending that the land doesn't cost anything because the DCC owns it, to me is just folly. The answer, and to me it's been staring us in the face for a long time, is to reduce the cost of building sections. The DCC has two big levers that they can use to do that. One of them is to simply sell all the unused land that we're talking about, that people are talking about, the DCC building affordable houses on because the land doesn't cost anything. Half the cost of most housing these days is the land under it. So by putting a whole lot of land on the market, we can reduce the cost of sections, and we can reduce the cost of sections far more by revisiting our onerous zoning restrictions, which means that there are so many places you simply can't build a house because of some zoning overview. If we were to change the emphasis from zones and very cramped zones which push the price of land up to an effects-based decision on where you can build a house, Dunedin has so many opportunities for building in areas currently not allowed that would have no serious effects. We could look at, for instance, rural and semi-rural areas where new technology means you don't need to be hooked up to sewage, you don't need to be hooked up to the power, you don't need to be hooked up to a whole lot of things that are the rationale for zoning. We would have a dramatic reduction in the cost of sections, and therefore a considerable increase in the availability of housing of all kinds. So let's not keep spending many years as we have working, that is to say producing paperwork like this, and going on about, how we should be able to do things, and we need more social housing. We've already got over 900 social housing units. We are too indebted to be able to produce more of them. We need to address our debt problem, and we need to address the very high price of building sections problem in Dunedin. Both of those things are things that we can and should do, and I don't see either of them in this paper. So it's yet another paper. No doubt there's some very well-meaning work that's gone into it, but at the end of the day, if you want affordable houses, you need to build houses across the scale, and you need to reduce the cost of sections. And we could do that, but we haven't.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as Councillor Vandervis has talked about, one of the questions I excuse me, asked was about the review of the implementation plan, and maybe when that comes back we can look at some of the practical actions. I just want to flag the census. If that's not happening, that's a real problem to us, because if you don't know how big an issue is, then how can you actually address it? So I think that hopefully we'll get a chance to tell the government what we think. I know that the census is super expensive, but we do need to know what's going on so we can address those issues. Around Māori homes, and I, along with my asthma, went to view someone that had had some huge issues with students and Māori flats, and showed me a flats belonging to what one might call a rogue landlord over the weekend, and they were absolutely disgraceful. And it is a disgrace to the city that these flats are allowed to students. When you think about how much money the university, the city spends on attracting people to Dunedin, and then somehow allows them to live in disgraceful flats like that, and that is not good enough. And then I did hear about the challenges with MB, the challenges with the tenancy tribunal. I know that my daughter was living in a flat that maybe had a little bit of mould as well, and then they are, despite being a law student, scared to go and take on the landlords. So we do need to empower them more to be able to do that. I'm just looking through my notes, and my other one was around what Wellington's doing, and I think that's a good example for us to have a look at when we do review the plan. Is like, how can we actually have some more action on delivering some of the plan and getting some of these numbers down. I mean, it's winter now, and we see the people, homeless people, out at the Oval, and that is a disgrace to the city. So we need to have some good action on that.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Sorry? Councillor Mayhem.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear what you said.
That's right.
So here we go. Jill's Utopia. That's a jewel in our minds to hold on to and uplift our most vulnerable people, especially in this cold time of the year. I live in an old, cold, mouldy house. I saw moss growing on the bathroom window this morning. I'm a homeowner, but my house is on the flat in a swampy, wet area. The house is sitting on the ground. It's very old. It doesn't have any insulation. The only thing that I do to keep my family warm is a heat pump, and that's been an absolute revelation. But not everybody has that opportunity, not people living in flats, and obviously not all homeowners either. So the number one action that we see here is to review the bylaws and the legislation around Dunedin land use, and it's pleased to see that our housing advisor is convening this National Council collaboration with local government and the Minister of Housing plus Urban Development to inform this policy, as Mr. Mayor mentioned. It's really difficult for us to engage and collaborate with our NGOs when central government has cut all of the Kaingaora funding for development in the city. We're talking about 120 houses that are not going to happen now. Also, the announcement of Mr. Shane Retty, the government said they're replacing the 5-year report, our census data, with cheaper data. Now, there's a serious risk that a smaller sample from tax records and school enrolments is going to inform our population stats. Well, we already know that, and as Ms. Brown said, there are a lot of people that are hiding and deliberately hiding, wanting to be a little bit outside of the system, not providing their details. I know people that don't have a GP, that don't provide information to the tax department, and school enrolments. Well, what about the kids who are being homeschooled? There is a huge amount of information that is just going to disappear. The people living in overcrowded conditions, the people living in cold and mouldy homes. So, you know, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the government. I'm disappointed that there isn't more that we can do. I feel like our hands are a little bit tied because there aren't levers and buttons for us to push here as a local government organisation, because the central government keeps on saying, keep to basics, stick to your knitting. Well, is not the most basic thing in the hierarchy of needs, shelter, warmth, a home. You know, as a city, we are only ever going to be as amazing and as looked after as our most vulnerable people in the city. And I never ever would I have thought that we would have a homeless issue here in Dunedin, but we do. And it's a really big problem, and it's only going to become a bigger problem. And seriously, I think we're risking people's lives, not just those people sleeping in tents in the Oval, but some of our senior people who aren't turning on their heaters, who aren't breathing in good air, who are living in, you know, tiny pokey little cold places with mould everywhere. And it's our kids too, and they're the future. And if we can't bring up our kids warm and safe, and forgive me, my children, for all those years that I said we're never staying in this house again for another winter, but some people just don't have any other option, and it's really not good enough. It makes me incredibly sad. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Wasn't going to speak, but I do want to react to some of what Councillor van der Vos said. But I just want to echo. I agree with most of what Councillor Mayhem said. And she raised an issue that resonated with me actually when I moved here 23 years ago. There was nobody on George Street in doorways asking for money, and they're asking for money and they're in doorways because they have no choice. They have nowhere else to go and nothing. So I just want to indicate that the problems we are beginning to see in Dunedin are embedded problems in cities across the world, and the best time to cure a problem is when it just begins, although the horse arguably may have bolted on that one in Dunedin. But the easiest time to solve the problem is when you've got 20, 50 people in doorways asking for money, not when you're San Francisco. For those who have been there, one of the richest cities on the planet, where literally you have to walk over homeless people. And I'm looking at you, Councillor Wiley, because you'll know the same in Vancouver, a very rich city where you literally walk over people living on the streets. So be warned, if you're going to do something about it, now's the time, because if you're talking about this again in 10 years, you've already lost the battle. But back to Councillor van der Vos, who suggested a solution. I mean, that's great, but I think if curing homelessness was as easy as that, there would be literally no homelessness anywhere on the planet. The issue is a multifaceted and extremely difficult problem to address. And to his credit, in terms of economic factors, yes, lack of affordable housing is but one of the factors that leads to homelessness, but so is poverty and unemployment, so is rising house costs, so is inadequate housing benefits, so are evictions. There's also well-known systemic issues, discrimination based on race, ethnicity, gender, or disability, and we've had people from the disability community around this table talking about the barriers to getting housing. There's lack of access to resources, and of course there's system failures, and particularly things like the failure of the welfare system, which we're watching happening under our eyes in Aotearoa at the moment. And don't forget, importantly, personal factors, and we're all privileged around this table and probably aren't subject to some of the things that lead to homelessness, like mental health conditions, substance abuse, sadly relationship breakdowns, trauma and abuse, and of course, again, something that's going to happen more and more, loss of job. And don't forget grief. It is anything but simple, and this, in reaction to Councillor van der Vos, there just simply is not one silver bullet that will cure this problem. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin by acknowledging the work of our staff, and our role is to support that work, and I encourage us to continue to do that. Ms. Brown's work goes right to a national level. We're very proud of you, Jill, and all of the really significant mahi you do. and also Mr Henderson, who is working in the Sophia Charter space around the student community, and that is significant work as well. We should all be very concerned about the abolition of the census, and we've heard this morning what that will mean going forward, and I have to hope that there will be rethinking on that basis, because that information is vital to decision making. I want to just for a moment focus on the rogue landlord suggestion, because I couldn't agree more. And from what I heard at the last Sophia Charter meeting, and also what I know from interactions with tenants, and I'm not just talking students, others as well. But you know, while we've got property managers who say to tenants taking perfectly legitimate issues to the Tenancy Tribunal, go ahead and do that, we always win. What does that say about power and influence? Well, we've got landlords and property owners who pull the wool around their adherence to healthy homes. And while we've got landlords who have illegal gas connections risking their tenants' lives, and in all of those cases the tenants were too scared to take this to the authorities, and that continues. And in the case of not just students but others, these are well-educated, articulate people who, through knowing that rentals are hard to come by, affordable rentals are hard to come by, are not prepared to rock the boat. And we heard at the Sophia Charter meeting of students who, even given the information to empower them, made the decision not to pursue it because of that concern about losing their rental. Some of us, and all of us, are familiar with Abbeyfield, and some of us visited there. And as to the issue around affordable housing, well, we heard about affordable housing in the Abbeyfield model. And we've had submissions from Cindy Elder before around the able abodes and the model that she is developing there. So we do have some answers to that. In terms of the issue of homelessness, that it is such an indictment on our society that we continue to have homelessness. But I know that our people, our staff, led by Ms Brown, are working so hard on that in the background. And again, thank you for your mahi, Jill.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
As a student landlord, you know what, I am getting really peeved off, and that's being polite, that the 1% are dragging down the 99%. So I see you nodding your head, but that's not the way the message came across from you and other councillors. Essentially, 99% of landlords across the city, maybe 95, but again it's in the high 90s, are good landlords and actually do what they are supposed to do and tick the boxes. Unfortunately, like anything, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4% is what makes the headlines. It's what makes TV1 News last night. And that is really disappointing, that there is never any balance in the journalism and telling that story. I know the amount of money that my wife and I have invested in the couple of properties that we have, and to make sure that we've ticked all the boxes over the years. When you're looking at some of the landlords that are in that minority, and very small minority, they're not members of the Otago Property Investors. They're rogue landlords doing rogue things. And I can tell you honestly, and unfortunately I haven't been through it, I don't think there's any landlords I know that think they've got a chance of winning at Tenancy Tribunal. All the landlords I know are basically scared to death of going to Tenancy Tribunal and essentially knowing that they're going to get thrown under the bus. But you know what, that's where I come from, that's the angle that I've seen all the way through. We do have a housing problem in the city. That is clearly detailed in this report. And I don't care how much land you release, I don't care. A lot of the things that Councillor Vandervis talked about is going to solve the problem. there is a lot more than just actually building houses. There's the supports. The number one issue we've got in this city and in this country is we've got two major parties who can't get on the same damn page. If they got on the page and actually started tackling New Zealand Inc. issues and housing and the social welfare system of this country is number one, then we're really struggling as a country. We're going to yin and yang, go wherever. That's the problem. We can solve this issue as a country together, but we're not going to solve it when we've got five parties all wanting their own piece of the pie, scrapping to find their own decision and being, guess what, we saved the world, or we saved the country. In the meantime, we go further and further down the gurgler in that sense. So we can argue around this table all the merits of what should happen and could happen, but really at the end of the day, it's the beehive that's going to solve a lot of our solutions, and as soon as they get on the same page, anything we say around this table doesn't really make a difference. But we can make our own difference in our own way. But we actually also have a lot of other issues we have to deal with at the same time.
Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say as well that I agree. Most of our landlords in the city are there to do a good job. There's no benefit to a landlord to treat the tenants poorly, because you want your tenants to stay, you want them to be happy, and it is really important that if your tenants aren't happy if they leave and you've then got an empty flat, that's no benefit to a landlord. So it's got to be, there's a win-win for everyone if the tenants are happy. Landlords aren't doing well if their tenants aren't happy and the properties, if they've got issues with the property. And we have the healthy homes now. Under that, landlords have to follow those conditions. And so also the Otago Property Investors Association regularly holds meetings with information to help landlords increase their knowledge. Any landlords that are members of the Otago Property Investors Association is linked to the national body. They have regular conferences, they have regular meetings with information around all the new amendments and things that have come through. So any of those landlords that are members are mostly or usually should be up on the information that's provided about the new things that they need to do on tenancy. I have to say there are about 1 million things that have been changing of recent time, so it is hard to keep up with the new things to do in that industry, but most of the landlords will be up to date with the information if they're vigilant and regular members of the association. What I will say, the blow today that we've seen in the paper over the last few days about Kāinga Ora not investing in our city is a blow to our housing stock. And the state houses have always been a responsibility of the government. However, as a council, we've been proactive in our social housing, our community housing. We've had community housing now for years, and it's not a core business of councils, but we had years ago decided, not us, but other councillors had decided to invest in community housing, and we've kept it going. And I have to say it's been a cost to council, but it is a community service, and it's low rent for vulnerable people who are 55 and older. So we certainly are helping, but I also want to say and back up what Councillor Gary said around thanking Jill Brown, who has done a huge amount of work in this area, and I look forward to seeing her doing more because she has knowledge, contacts and information, and I really appreciate it. And something else that people don't always think of when they say to us, why aren't you doing more for the homeless? Obviously, none of us around this table want to see people homeless in our city. I find it gut-wrenching. And, sometimes some of those problems, and I'm not there's bigger issues. There's often bigger issues like alcohol dependency, drug dependency, or mental health issues. And a lot of different departments in the government, it's probably not a council issue again, but they need to come round and wrap around those people and give them support. Because I've heard of numerous stories of people turning down housing because some of them can't make clear decisions, and but there are some people who are absolutely desperate in our city, and we need to do whatever we can to help, but it is difficult, and the government pulling out does not help.
Any further speakers? Very good. So, in replying to this, I just make mention of a couple of things. Firstly, Councillor Vandervis's comment about affordable cars and affordable homes. One of the things we do see in the marketplace for cars is there are now, on an ongoing basis over the years, there's always someone that will make cheaper cars. So we've seen that over decades, that there are manufacturers that will come out with a cheaper car. And we've got quite a number of inexpensive cars, brand new, in the market in New Zealand, and people make their own choice about what price they want to pay for a car and do so accordingly. But there are affordable cars out there, and similarly there are affordable homes. And this council has moved, and the previous council have moved to make homes more affordable by allowing infill, by allowing granny flats earlier than the government did it, but also allowing multi-unit developments on land. Now, then it's up to the people who are making those developments to decide what their target market is and to whom they can sell it. But that has meant that there has been a reduction in the cost of having a new dwelling. And part of what council did was identify a gap in the marketplace for two-bedroom houses, and a lot of those have been built in the meantime. And so, similarly with zoning land, land that is well outside the city, there's always going to be infrastructure issues with building there. And so, we have mechanisms to deal with that, but, it comes at a cost if you want to live further out. And so we do have a future development strategy where we have got the building needs, the housing needs of Dunedin. We have a plan for that over the next 30 years. So we have our, identified areas where houses can be built. And it's not appropriate to go saying, well, you can go put them anywhere, because the cost of providing infrastructure to those places are, in many cases, prohibitive. But in the fullness of time, as the areas that have been identified are filled with houses, then further areas can be developed as the infrastructure is improved and the reach of our infrastructure can be extended. We have to keep the two things in balance, new housing and the infrastructure to support it. And we don't have to look too far away to see where that is not the case. And so one of the things that we have been doing as a community is managing to keep the two things in balance. And to Councillor Barker and Councillor Gary's point, in terms of the mouldy homes and the unfortunate publicity that we saw on the TV, there are, there's certain houses that are in a bit of a rundown condition in the university, but I think the vast majority, I don't know how vast that majority is because we don't have a survey to give us the data on it, but the vast majority of landlords have moved to bring their houses up to healthy home standard. And landlords do know that the requirement is there and comes into force next week. So what will make the difference into the future are the judgments and prosecutions from MB and the Tenancy Tribunal. And we will see an ever-increasing number of those. And I do agree with what Councillor Wiley said, that the tribunal will enforce judgments and they look very evenly at the picture on both sides. So tenants have no fear, should have no fear about taking a case to the tribunal. I mean, it's a bit of extra work, but however, they are always treated fairly, in my observation, at the Tenancy Tribunal. But it's unfortunate that there's always some people that will push the system, and there are people that push the system on both sides, be they tenants or be they landlords. And so what will make the difference to healthy homes in Dunedin, and in particular those ones as featured on TV, are the judgments and prosecutions that result, and those they will be. That's a natural consequence of the law coming into effect from next week. So I think we will see that. So having said that, I'll now put the motion that Council notes this update on the Ōtepoti Dunedin Housing Plan and its implementation plan. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Yes. Regulatory standards, item 7. We have Ms. Canton to the desk. Yes. For questions. And Ms. Moran coming to join. Do we have any prefacing comments?
I thought it might be just useful for me to give a little bit of an overview of the bill. Essentially what this bill is aimed at doing is creating principles around the creation and review of legislation. So it's wide ranging. It includes primary and secondary legislation. So it's acts, acts of parliament, regulations, orders in council, and it also potentially captures council bylaws. The other thing that the bill does is it creates a regulatory standards bill. You will have read a lot about this in the media probably. It's a controversial bill. There are wide-ranging implications from this bill. The New Zealand Law Society provided feedback to the Ministry of Regulation in January of this year, and they cover a lot of those issues. And so some of the key issues are, whether there is actually a need for this bill, how does it fit against New Zealand's constitutional framework, how does it fit against New Zealand Bill of Rights, why doesn't it have any reference to the treaty, how does it fit against environmental considerations, how is it going to balance public good against private interests, given that now there are compensation provisions for private interests. One of the interesting things about this bill is that it says that it does not confer or impose legal rights or obligations, and it doesn't affect the validity of any legislation or regulations, bylaws or whatever, if either Parliament or whoever's creating the legislation doesn't comply with the Act. So it was difficult in writing that this, or the policy team kindly wrote the submission, but it was difficult to decide exactly what level to have this submission. So the focus is primarily on how it affects local government. So what this submission is saying is, well, should it actually apply to local government? And my view is that it shouldn't. The reason is that the Local Government Act has a really comprehensive set of rules on how this council is required to create bylaws or to make decisions. So there are already comprehensive provisions, for example, around consultation, whereas the Regulatory Standards Bill just says that, it's a principle that there should be consultation. So I think there's potential for conflict. So we then go on to say that if it is to apply, then the scope needs to be really clear. So, as I say, this bill relates to secondary legislation, and that clearly covers bylaws. But there's a section in the Local Government Act that effectively says that there are certain things that can be secondary legislation, and so we need to be very, very clear as to what that would actually cover. So, for example, I don't think that it would cover the district plan, but that would be hugely problematic if it did. There are provisions in there that, for example, there needs to be compensation if property values are impaired. Goodness knows what that means. We've also spoken about the fact that there isn't a reference to the treaty, because that doesn't align with this council's approach to treaty issues. We've also mentioned this compensation issue and spoken a little bit about what the membership of the Regulatory Standards Bill should be. At the moment, it's appointed 5 to 7 members, and there's no sort of guidance as to who should be within that, on that board. In terms of the implications for council, effectively it would add another layer. So for example, if we were doing a bylaw, council would have to prepare a consistency accountability statement, and that would mean that we'd have to go through and compare our bylaw against all of the principles under this bill. We'd be required to publish, which we already do, and the scope for perhaps our decisions to be reviewed by the Regulatory Standards Bill, Regulatory Standards Board. So, although the implications are not incredibly onerous, they are an added layer, and it would be better, I think, for this bill not to apply to instruments that local authorities create. And just to give an example, under bylaws, already when you're making a bylaw, you have to identify what the problem is, you have to identify whether there's any implications under the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, you have to go through a process usually which involves public consultation and hearings. So it's already a very comprehensive standalone process, and even at the end of that, we're still open to judicial review. So it doesn't seem, it's difficult to identify a need for this to apply to local authorities. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Vandevers.
You've said that the Regulatory Standards Bill doesn't affect the validity of bylaws or legislation, but most of this here is concern about that it would affect bylaws and legislation. You've also said that the in the paper that the Regulatory Standards Board seems to lack authority. It can't force anything, and yet you seem to be worried that it will. How do you justify these opposing statements in this paper?
There's two separate issues. One is whether it affects the validity, and the answer is that according to this bill it doesn't, but the council would still have an obligation to comply with the legislation, which means that it has that extra layer of compliance. So it will have to go through the process of preparing a consistency statement. So it's just that extra layer of compliance, which is the issue for the council.
But that would only be an issue for new bylaws. Existing bylaws and legislation are not affected.
Correct.
Okay. My other question is regarding the absence of principles from the Treaty of Waitangi. We hear a lot about principles here, but I've never found anyone that's prepared to say what those principles are. And I have asked the question previously, and I'll ask it again now. Is the Treaty of Waitangi principles that you refer to in 11 on page 57 here, is that principle or any principles the same as the Waitangi Tribunal 1975 principles? What principles are we talking about?
I think in terms of legislation and law, there's been a lot of case law regarding the application of the treaty, and I think that there's a lot of guidance in place through that case law, and for a bill to come in that simply makes no reference to the treaty, that's unusual.
Granted, it's unusual. I find it refreshingly so, because not everything surely has to be related to the Treaty of Waitangi. But the question really is, if you're going to ask for a principle, why not specify the principle? Can you not specify the principle now? It's not in the papers. I've looked. If it is the principles that the Waitangi Tribunal came up with in 1975, I'm happy to go with that, but I haven't been able to get confirmation for that either. Unspecified principles to me are a real issue, and they've been an issue here for a long time, again referenced in this paper.
I think this goes back to whether there is a need for this bill, and this is one of the things that the Law Society identified, is how does this sit in the context of existing law? And there is a risk here that it creates a situation where you have principles that apply, but they don't sit naturally alongside other principles that are already in place. And there are other ways that these sorts of things could have been addressed. It doesn't need necessarily to be in the form of a bill. It could, for example, be dealt with in other ways, through guidance, through making sure that you've got a properly resourced public sector to make sure that bills are not rushed through and are fully considered. One thing we do say in the submission is that we support this concept that when new legislation is being brought in, that guidance is given to the users, and we do give a bouquet to DIA for their work in the water reform, because it really has been outstanding, their guidance. So we do recognise that, but in a perfect world, it would be great if legislation came through with guidance to that sort of level. And properly resourced.
Sorry. I missed that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a very difficult one for those of us who have been around this for a wee while. And thank you, Ms. Canton, for your overview, which has added to my confusion, but in a good way, because your explanation was understandable. I'm going to be careful here because it is political, and I'm probably going to get a point of order called on me at any moment. In terms of the current coalition agreement in Parliament, there's already a coalition agreement to pass this bill, isn't there?
There is, yes.
Yeah, okay. And also, I think you've alluded to this, there is a number of apolitical academics and lawmakers who are currently, I think you touched on this, are quite perplexed. I think you said, and you used the analogy of local water done well, which DIA was directional and templatey, and this is not the case for this. So there's a bit of confusion, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is my political bit. From what I've read, and correct me if I'm wrong, and you won't answer this, I don't think, but the bill is definitely trying to follow a set of ACTS principles. Don't answer that. My question in terms of the submission, which I broadly agree with, but again in the context of the fact that it's going to pass seems like a bit like banging your head against a wall. Why have we decided to be silent on the environmental effects? Because again, going back to what you said earlier, it may affect existing bylaws, and Councillor Van Der Vis pointed it won't affect existing bylaws, but the environmental effects potentially will. And I'm wondering why we're silent in our submission on those environmental effects, and wondered if we can maybe stitch a wee bit in about that. So maybe a response to that.
This has been put together in a short time frame, and I think when I was reading this through last night, I think I would suggest that we do add in a sentence or two in regard to the fact that there isn't any specific principles relating to environmental matters.
And that if councillors have a mind to give that direction, we can add it in. Councillors were circulated a draft of this and staff worked on the feedback we received, appreciating that it was a very short turnaround.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. I just have a question. First of all, I contacted LGNZ. They're not terribly fast at responding, but I did wonder whether Local Government New Zealand were actually putting a submission in themselves, because this is obviously very important to the whole local government sector. So do you know if they're doing that? They hadn't published anything on their website either.
I'm the same. I checked the website and couldn't find anything. I know Taitara is putting in a submission, but I haven't seen anything from Local Government New Zealand. And the date is, sorry, the get your homework in date is the 25th of June, which is tomorrow. I would hope that everyone will be doing it. My second question is just around the, we've just been doing the district plan work around the heritage, and there's been talk of this upcoming bill and how it could affect homeowners. Is the compensation if property values are impaired. So some people were bringing this up as part of their submissions. Is that the concern, that if our district plan was strong on some things that people considered impaired their property values, that they would ask council to compensate them? Is that kind of what that might infer? There's a risk of a dispute around that. I think, given that the bill specifically says that it doesn't create legal obligations and legal rights, I think it's unlikely that a person would be able to validly claim for compensation. I think compensation is already well dealt with in the law in terms of the likes of the Public Works Act. So it's, again, it's one of those situations where this bill is referring to compensation, but it's not clear how that sits against the body of existing law. And in some ways, why even have it when it's not a binding obligation? So in the submission it says should probably should be removed from the bill. Is there a way that we could put that a little bit stronger? Yes, possibly. We deliberately use that wording because we don't want to create unforeseen consequences. We'd rather flag it as an issue and let the government departments and Parliamentary Council, who will have the time and resources to think this through completely, find appropriate wording. I guess the challenge is, do we trust them to do that? So should we word it more strongly? But I will trust your legal interpretation of that. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listening to your forward to this paper, it sounded like you were saying that if this bill goes ahead, that it could create a lot more red tape. Is that fair to say? When I say, bureaucracy, a lot more things that, you have to do to actually get anything done. I think saying that it's a large amount of bureaucracy is probably overstating it, but it is an additional compliance requirement, and when there's no obvious need for it in the context of local government, when we already have comprehensive rules around how we go about, for example, putting in bylaws, it seems an unnecessary layer to be added. So when you say another layer, so could we say that in some cases there'll be double ups on the workload if this bill goes through? Yes, there will be duplication. Is it fair to say that the mover of this bill had said their whole aim was to try to reduce red tape and bureaucracy in government in general, and that was one of the main reasons of the regulation department?
Yes, I think in the case of local government, though, that's not the case because we already have all of those obligations in place.
So do you think we're a bit of a victim, a side effect of it, and maybe that hasn't been considered in here, how these will impact on local government?
I do think that the government needs to have more thought about whether it should apply to local government and if it is going to apply to local government, how it's going to apply.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. My question's about the select committee which already exists. It's called the Regulations Review Committee, because my understanding is that its role, and I have sat on it, its role is to review any regulations created by anyone that are presented to it for review. Is that an accurate encapsulation of what Regs Review does?
I believe so. I think you would know more about this than I would.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua, tēnā koe, Ms. Canton. I just thank you so much for all the work and thought that's gone into this. I just have a concern, a minor concern perhaps, that the Treaty of Waitangi and the Treaty of Waitangi as a heading, just that you could be mistaken to think that they are the same document, but they're not. So they say different things. So can we just indicate that we're aware of the difference? Thank you.
Okay. So in that that same section, number 14, there's a couple of things. That's the number 14 is where you've translated a couple of words, and I just think it'd be appropriate to translate 3 other words in there. Takara whenua, because that's using local dialect, which people in Wellington might wonder what that is, and whenua and kaitiaki taka. Just because you've got other translations in that sentence, so that covers all translations for that paragraph. The other thing is, I'm a bit concerned, almost the opposite of Councillor Barker, that we in 26 and 28 we are adopting a really little scolding tone to the authority about this, and I'd personally like to leave out the words seems to lack real authority. In 26, the purpose and function of the board may become a symbolic or politicised forum for relitigating policy divisions, and just leave out seems to lack real authority, because I'm mindful that having read that, they may think, well, we need more teeth here. And an unintended consequence of scolding them about that will mean that they look to repair that situation, which might not necessarily be desirable. And similarly, 28, the DCC supports the goal of improving regulatory quality. Finish, full stop. And leave out, but believes the current bill will require significant revision. And because we then go on to say that DCC calls for collaborative work with local government and other stakeholders to ensure any new regulatory framework is effective, inclusive and fit for purpose. So we're saying what we want as opposed to scolding them about what they're going to do. So that's all.
What about if councillors, I think I've heard a few murmurs saying that people don't agree, so is there a process for us to, if someone wants to move those changes, is there a process to go through? Because I don't see you taking notes, but what is the process here?
Normally, if there's board agreement for a change, and there has been for a range of the things, I think for consistency, while the words seem self-evident, we could put in paragraph 8, we could put the translations there for consistency. Given we've translated half the words, that's fine. Seems editorial. The next one was which paragraph? Mr.
26.
26.
Seems to lack real authority.
I didn't hear large murmurings on that one. That didn't seem of any import. So that would seem to be editorial. And the final one does seem slightly more substantive, Mr. Mayor, because it goes to the very heart of the submission. So if you wanted to change...
We are asking for revision. So no, I'm quite happy with that, and it's good to have the discussion.
Yep, fine.
I consider it done.
Okay, so leaving that unchanged.
Yep, that's fine. I just picked up on those 3 things, which are pretty minor. And in addition, and we also generally agree on the addition of a clause about environment. So there we go. Yes. So, well, we know what the amendments are. So the motion is that Council approves the bill with any amendments and authorise speaking and the Chief Executive to make any minor amendments. So I think we're happy enough with it as it is. So I don't see any disagreement to that, in which case I'll move that Council approves the submission and authorises someone to speak on it and the Chief Executive to make any minor amendments, and we'll see that reflected in a redraft. So, and in speaking to this, the Regulatory Standards Bill has the potential to be quite significant, so it's important that we make a submission on it, especially in terms of bylaws. So, we've got 2 key things covered here in particular. Council bylaws, so it has the potential to have very far-reaching consequences for local government throughout the motu, and it blurs the line between central and local government, so it's quite significant. So I think if we can have local government left out of it, because the local government bylaws throughout the country typically very much in response to needs and desires of local communities, and extensive consultation takes place before they come into being. But also there's always the ability for redress and local consultation to change them. And so I think that's very important. And similarly, Treaty of Waitangi, we are working in partnership here, so it is important to maintain that input and that relevance. So, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Mr. Mayor, who seconded?
Oh,
I'm happy to second.
Right, Councillor Benson-Pope. Here we go. Sorry, I neglected.
Thank you. I've done a great deal of reading, as I'm sure others have, around this bill, and listened to an extraordinary number of comments from very senior and distinguished legal academics. And one of them, for whom I have a great deal of time in terms of respect for the individual and respect of the stated views, is Sir Geoffrey Palmer, who was I think one of the founding members of the Law Commission, and is president at one time, I believe. And so I'm just going to raise some bullet points that Sir Geoffrey makes in his criticism of this bill. I personally find it an entirely pernicious piece of draft legislation. I don't think it contributes anything to our lawmaking processes, quite the opposite. Anyway, in the words of Sir Geoffrey, he's concerned about it because, among other things, Clause 24 creates a legal fiction that bypasses the courts. Make of that what you will. How he believes the bill concentrates power in a, quote, super minister while sidelining other ministers. Considers the risks to public safety from the bill and the environment come from an ideologically tilted property rights regime. What he says is missing from the bill's design is any reference to the Regulations Review Committee. That's the committee I asked Ms Canton about. It's a select committee of Parliament which reviews regulations. Now, and he regards the bill as reflecting a global trend towards authoritarian capitalism and why it must be stopped. And I'll just quote with one final comment from Sir Geoffrey: make of this what you will. Palmer makes the case that the RSB is not just a policy error, but a demographic and constitutional crisis in the making. His call is very clear: submit, speak up, and stop the bill while we still can. Thank you, Sir Geoffrey.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much, and agree with the words of the previous speaker. And I'm not anywhere near as well connected as Councillor Benson Pope, but I certainly, probably along with others, have been trying to get my head around this for the past few weeks, and I've spoken to many people across the political divide, actually, and I have found it confusing, complicated, frustrating, but also quite illuminating. But also I found it has been lacking support from across the political divide, including actually many of my national voting friends, which I think is quite surprising. So in the context of that, I think it seems very much like it's Axe baby. As I mentioned in questions, I don't think it's, I mean, it's not a leftist anti-government bash here. Apolitical academics and lawmakers across the motu have published and printed opinions and are at a very high level questioning the need for this bill. And in simple terms, because it's not simple, but I've tried to distill this down, I think the bill tries to make all future governments follow a set of Act's principles when it comes to making laws. And in threefold for me, it excludes Te Tiriti o Waitangi entirely, and whatever your views are on that, it just is perplexing that that is the case. It also creates a new unprecedented expectation that government pays corporations our taxpayer money if new rules impact their property, even if those rules are to stop pollution, protect nature, or prevent harm to people and communities. So my question earlier was, how does that not affect existing bylaws? So thank you for the inclusion here of adding something around the environment. And finally, this bill will prioritise corporate property and individual freedom over environmental protection, public safety, and Indigenous rights. And I find that extraordinary, and I think we all should. But again, as I mentioned earlier, considering that this, considering the coalition agreement has already been set in stone to pass the bill, it does seem a wee bit like we are sitting here banging our heads against a brick wall. That said, I did personally submit, as I imagine some of you have, and I will support this. And I do take solace from the announcement yesterday that Labour, within their first 100 days of elected, will immediately repeal this bill. My view, and the view of many, I think, around the country, is that the bill has no place in a fair, forward-looking, forward-thinking, progressive and democratic New Zealand. And Councillor Benson Pope absolutely hit the nail on the head with one word he used. That is pernicious. Thank you.
Councillor Hulahan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've got a few things to say about this as well. And firstly, it becomes very evident when you look at some of the criticisms of it. For example, economic instability. Concerns exist that the bill's focus on reducing regulatory burdens could lead to market failures, impacting competition, consumer protections and other areas vital for a stable economy. Undermining democracy. There are concerns that the bill could hinder future parliaments' ability to respond to the needs of their constituents, anyway, the people in their area. I know constituents, I'm tongue-tied on the word, and create unnecessary complexity in the lawmaking process. A lack of clear problem definition and overlapping legislation. Now, these ones are really evident on the fact that this bill seems, anyway, by all accounts, to be doubling up on a workload, doubling up on legislation, repeating legislation, for example, overlapping legislation. It's a duplicate of existing legislative review, potential for increased litigation. All of these speak to the fact that this is more bureaucracy, more red tape, and if it's a double up of work, it's going to take staff longer to do things, it's going to cost more money, it's going to take longer to do anything because of this bill. And the irony of this is that the mover of this bill has said the regulation department, his portfolio was set up solely or mainly to try to reduce bureaucracy and red tape. And what this bill will do if it goes ahead, by the sound of all the criticism and all the things I've read on it, is it will increase it. It will increase and make more red tape, more bureaucracy. Also, there's another issue. People have been criticising this bill. A lot of legal academics, as Councillor Benson-Pope mentioned, have been apparently, by all accounts, trolled by the minister and people who are connected to him around this bill, and he's openly said, I don't care if they criticise it, so be it, I'll go after them. And I mean, I think what is really important here is that if people have valid criticisms on any bill, not just this one, but any bill, they should be able to speak it without fear or retaliation. And we need to have in a good democracy, you need open transparency, and we need public scrutiny on bills that are coming before us so that we know the implications of them. And if a minister is actively going out of his way to shut that down, I have serious concerns about that. And it's not often that the legal fraternity all come together to dispute a bill, and they are certainly raising serious issues about this bill. So, you know, for an open, transparent democracy that needs public scrutiny, we need to question what's going on here. And I think I will obviously be supporting this bill. It has serious issues around a whole lot of things. And of course, I haven't even started on the Treaty of Waitangi, that's one of our founding documents in our country, and to take it completely out is just unacceptable. I mean, if you have an agreement with someone, a contract you've signed, say for example, you sign a contract to buy a house, and then someone says, oh well, down the road, no, I'm not buying this house because I don't like it anymore. That's not a standing contract, and it's breach of the contract. My point is, an agreement was made years ago as one of our founding documents in our, the founding document of our constitution for our country, that we would work together with iwi and under the Treaty of Waitangi, and to then pull it out and say, no, I don't want it in here, is, it seems anyway, a breach of that. And that's another thing that needs to be looked at. There are quite a few by the look of it, and I support this bill.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
I don't support this agenda item being on our agenda in the first place, mainly because I haven't seen in many years of the emergence of the submissions industry that this council now indulge. I've never seen any of these submissions that we've put in at great expense actually change anything. The submissions industry, in my view, is simply an indulgence on our part to complain about the government, to exhibit the scolding tone that the Mayor has highlighted, and to, as Councillor Walker says, it is political, probably to the point of order being called at any moment. If we had real order here, I don't think we would be discussing this bill at all. A lot of the claims that are made here are simply anti-government or anti-act rhetoric. The claim by Councillor Walker that this bill excludes a treaty completely is provably untrue, because our legal advice is that it doesn't affect the validity of existing bylaws or legislation, which are absolutely full of treaty requirements. So it doesn't exclude the treaty completely. Councillor Houlihan's put it in different words and claimed that the treaty had been taken completely out. Well, no, it simply accepts the validity of existing bylaws and legislation, so that's obviously not the case either. Then there's the vexed issue that if we are going to indulge in this business, which is not ours anyway, it's a central government business, and we're going to get offended by it because it seems to be in contravention of some principles. First of all, treaty principles, which nobody as yet is still prepared to actually say what these principles are. And then Act principles have been mentioned today as well. And the only hint as to what those principles might be from Councillor Walker, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I picked up that you found that reducing red tape and individual freedom were Act principles that you had an issue with. If these are the principles that underlie this bill, reducing red tape, I can understand why our staff would not want that. Reducing red tape, red tape.
Point of order, because it was me who actually said reducing red tape. So it's incorrect information. Is completely 25.2. It's disinformation or whatever. It's incorrect, it's false what he's saying, because what I said is that the intention of that regulation department, I just want to clarify, my point is that I argued that it's going to create more red tape, not less.
Yep, look, I think, Councillor, that's an inflammatory comment, and I would like you to just withdraw that, please.
Sorry, which comment would you like me to withdraw?
That the staff would prefer to have more red tape. The implication that staff would prefer more red tape.
Oh, I'm quite happy to withdraw that if that pleases the meeting.
Thank you. Carry on.
So we have a situation here where, rather than sticking to our knitting, looking at getting back to basics and dealing with what are local issues, here we are again spending a lot of time and effort and staff time on producing submissions which, in my view, are very definitely of a scolding tone and unlikely to have any effect on government at all. The idea that we can submit that this bill is going to increase red tape when the bill itself claims that it's going to reduce red tape is just simply to deny the bill's genesis in the first place. The idea that we can say that this bill is going to have far-reaching effects when it doesn't affect the validity of bylaws or legislation that is currently in place, I think is also contradictory. The idea that this regulatory standards board that we don't know much about seems to lack authority is a criticism in here. But there's also a criticism in here that they're going to do all sorts of potentially nasty things and we don't even know who they're going to be. If you're going to make a submission to criticise government, make up your mind. You know, is it going to affect legislation or is it not? Is the regulatory standards board that they're proposing going to be a dreadful onerous thing, or does it in fact have no authority and legal teeth? To me, this is poorly drafted, it is contradictory, the scolding tone is throughout, and quite frankly, it's a piece of government bashing which is not going to stand us in any kind of stead at all, especially when we're trying to get government funding for the hospital and the like.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank the mover and the seconder and also the staff for writing this submission. I'm quoting from a January spin-off article, The Spin-off, and it says that the bill will require every person is equal before the law and that legislation should not reduce personal liberty, security, freedom of choice or action or right to own, use and dispose of property except when necessary to protect the freedoms and rights of another. To me, it's pernicious because it is libertarian in nature, and that means for me that the collective rights of people are subsumed, from what I understand, beneath the rights of big business and corporations. And I would also say that Minister Seymour's own Ministry of Regulation prepared an interim regulatory impact statement, RIS, and expressed concerns about embedding rigid principles in legislation, as they wouldn't be able to be adapted to evolving regulatory best practice or societal expectations. And as Councillor Benson Pope has quoted legal scholars, I'll just add another one. Jane Kelsey, Emeritus Law Professor at the University of Auckland, has been a long-time critic of all versions of this bill. This is the fourth attempt that ACT has made to bring this bill into life. She's been a long-time critic of all versions of this bill, and earlier this week reiterated her concerns to Radio New Zealand about the potential consequences of light-handed regulation or self-regulation, which she said has helped deliver the leaky buildings crisis, the Pike River mine tragedy, workplace deaths in forestry and on farms, finance company collapses, unsafe aged care and dangerous adventure tourism, among other failures. And finally, Lady Tureti Moxon, Chair of the National Urban Māori Authority, criticised the bill in the New Zealand Herald for failing to honour the treaty and for its focus on equality over equity. This bill is a regression, a backward step, when what we need is a fair and just future built on justice, equity and respect. So when you talk about government bashing, this government has since its beginning been bashing people of all sectors.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to begin by affirming the staff who put this together, and I found it outrageous that the staff's efforts have been undermined. I don't have a problem with people expressing their point of view, but the way it's been undermined I do have difficulty with. This submission gives voice to the outrage, and I use that word really deliberately. The outrage in the community is widespread around this bill, and it is a complex piece of legislation. We have heard from our expert, Ms Canton, and thank you for your careful, considered, expert views that you've expressed to us and the questions you've answered in such a considered way. We've heard that there's duplication here, and goodness, the irony of that. We've heard about the lack of reference to the treaty. We've heard about environmental concerns, just some of the issues with this bill. And there's clearly a wide range of highly acclaimed experts out there in our society commenting on this very negatively. And we all know that pernicious means harmful, and we've been told about the harm that this may cause. I don't have a problem with the tone. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's not strong enough, but it's about getting consensus here. I don't consider it to be a scolding tone. I consider that it expresses in some way the outrage in our community. And interesting to note, as I understand it, the platform for submitting on this, it crashed just as it crashed when the Treaty's Principles Bill, people were submitting on that as the deadline came up. So that tells you something about the outrage out there in the community. And then the issue of how it affects us locally. Well, we've heard about this. And unless you don't care about the damage done to our environment, and we know that our city, the environment in our city, our wildlife is a key part of how we promote our city, so we should be concerned about that. Unless you don't care about mana whenua in this city because it doesn't refer to the treaty, then if those things are of no interest to you at all, or you don't consider them to be significant, then you won't consider this to be local, but I do, and we should consider it to affect us locally, and that's why we need to make a submission, and a strong submission. So I come back to the point that the outrage about this bill, unless you haven't been listening, I believe is widespread throughout our community and throughout New Zealand, and it'll be interesting to see the number of submissions. And what I have observed is that people who never submitted on anything before re-government legislation are submitting on this.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This bill does seem to be an example of cognitive dissonance, or Orwell's double think. And we've already created a whole lot more red tape by the mere fact that we've had to submit to it, that we've sat around here for rather a long time asking questions and discussing the bill as well. I did ask whether Local Government New Zealand had written a submission on the bill, because I feel it's really important. We pay a lot of money for our membership, and if this is very important to local governments, then the LGNZ should be leading the submission on the bill and creating less work for our staff. I asked the question around the district plan and around the compensation around property values impaired because of some of the people that have submitted to the district plan that came up. I do want to thank the professionalism of the staff, and I do just want to bring up that I did find it personally offensive that my name was used around the scolding tone. I find it offensive towards the staff that could be interpreted by that, and then this was carried through, so I am not happy about that. That appears to be what one might term an inflammatory adjective. I do want to say that we need strong advocacy to government when we don't like things, and this is around that strong advocacy, and some of these things in here we do feel strongly about, and I think this is a good submission, and I support the submission but not the bill.
Thank you. Any further? Thank you. So with that, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor... Wasn't I? Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor van der Vis,
No.
Councillor Walker,
Aye.
Councillor Wetherall,
Aye.
Councillor Wiley,
Yes.
Mayor Raddick,
Aye.
carried 13-1.
Okay, I move we take a break for 15 minutes. A cup of coffee, seconded Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So we'll come back at 15:15. Thank you. Item number 9, Sustainability Framework Update, page 67 in our agendas. Ms Wesley Smith and Ms Moran will take the desk. Do we have any prefacing comments? No. Very good. Question, happy to take questions. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just ask a question about just the process around the number of targets, because we started with 45, and then after the talking through the workshop, it's gone up to 76, and I wonder if in the future process, if we are able to, I mean, it says in here that you can refine the targets, but I wonder if there's a way for the councillors to be involved with, and especially ones with the overviews of the strategies to be involved in taking those numbers down.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I think there's a couple of ways that we could do that. So we had indicated in the report that we need to go and discuss with staff, so that would be one avenue to refine further. A second avenue could be we could nestle it under the strategic refresh panel and take the work from the previous councillor workshop that was had and have discussions there, or we could schedule another workshop if that was what councillors desired.
Or there's possibility of a amalgam of a couple of those, so staff can do some work based on direction from council following a workshop, for example.
Okay, no further questions. Hang on, maybe there are. Really? No further questions. Okay, so I'll have a question. Sorry. I have a question. What about a priority target? I mean, we've got so many different, I suppose, initials and possibilities there, pages of them in great detail. Do we have a priority order?
Sorry, just to get clarification, do you mean a priority order on the targets themselves, or on a completion of the work?
No, on the targets themselves, because there are, obviously an overarching set of sustainability goals, and then within that there are lots of possibilities of activities and actions and things to do. But so just going right back to the really basic level, then has there been any prioritisation of perhaps of the goals or even overarching themes that for us to pursue?
And I'm just casting my mind back, I think it was the December report, there was a first iteration of prioritisation based on the goals and targets that were relevant to a local government context.
Yes.
So that was a first revision, and then the second revision happened with the council workshop, which added to that number, and that's where we're at now in terms of we want to look at that a bit closer, because the 76 number is a bit too high, so we want to get it back towards more being closer to the 46 maybe. We're going to have a look at that, and then as part of that we'll be mapping those goals and targets to our existing strategic framework.
Yes, so could we put a comment there? So you've got 1, refine the targets, refine and finalise the proposed local targets, and what about 3, identify a priority order for overarching goals? How does that
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What we're intending to do with those, how we operationalise it, will have to sit within the strategic priorities of council and fit within our budgets and our operational budgets that are deemed. So it would be the work would be undertaken within current operational budgets or the budgets you provide.
So we've got the workshop, you see.
Put that up. So, councillors, we've had a draft resolution proposed which mirrors, with some tweaks, option 1. So I'm just getting the GSO to put that up now, because I think that's what the Mayor is referencing.
Yeah, so we're going to refine and finalise the wording of proposed localised targets, and there's still quite a solid number of targets, but perhaps number 3, you could have workshop a set of priorities. So that the onus would then fall on councillors to come up with their priorities. Workshop a set of priorities. Would that be feasible? Anyway, we have a range of. That wouldn't be possible, would it?
I think we would naturally do that within the refinement, because we would want to prioritise it against the strategic priorities of council.
Okay, so can we put the word in there? Prioritise? No? Okay. Councillor Barker.
I guess my question is around the sustainability framework is supposed to inform the strategic strategy. Sorry, coding. So what will happen is we'll do this work, and that would inform the strategic priorities of the strategies. That sounds like really complicated, but is that what kind of how it turns out?
To answer your question frankly, the strategic refresh work is happening now, and we'll propose to be in a position to adopting the refreshed strategies in August, which would be prior to the completion of this sustainability framework. So I think yes, it could, but the strategies have come first, which determine strategic priorities. So any development of a sustainability framework needs to align with. So I think in an ideal world they happen in tangent to each other, but we've got strategic refresh coming first.
But the work that you've done in one of the attachments already aligns a lot of the goals with the strategy. So I'm imagining that having done that work, and if the goals were, we cut the numbers down, then that would naturally fit into some of the strategies if there's just refreshed and not too much change.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Great. Councillor Vandevers.
In option 2, I was pleased to see that in this option, which is to not progress to the next phase of development, that one of the advantages would be that there is no further resources would be required. And to me that makes perfect sense, and that would be the reason I would go for option 2 actually. However, if you look at the option 1, it actually says that there are no disadvantages. Why isn't the disadvantage of the requirement for further resources listed in option 1? And is this evidence really of a staff bias for option 1?
I'll answer that. No, it's not an evidence of staff bias, and that you correctly point out it should have been noted, Councillor, and my bad actually. I had meant to make an overarching comment when we introduced this report, but I was distracted. So I would have alerted councillors to the need to add that in as a disadvantage, but I reject outright any suggestion of staff bias.
My next question is that when we look at the disadvantages that are listed of having a pause and just not doing anything and saving ourselves the money, the disadvantages seem to be a missed opportunity to produce a focused and efficient sustainability framework. Given that the sustainability framework has been developed and produced for many years, and that we've put many millions and an extraordinary amount of paperwork into the whole sustainability, counting carbon footprints and all the rest of it, why is it that, given that all that work already done, that the sustainability framework isn't already focused and efficient?
Council have, through the Chair, Council have changed the direction. So the work that was originally done on the sustainability framework involved the donut economics in the city portrait, and then Council directed that we do things in a different way, and so that's where we find ourselves, Councillor.
And I would just to add on to Sandy's point, we have actually retained a lot of that information. So my apology, I possibly wasn't clear enough in the report when we were talking about resources. We were talking specifically about staff time spent on developing. However, a lot of the information we've already gathered through the city portrait work, we have retained that, and it is being used and repurposed for the development of this SDG-based framework.
Similarly, when it says that we are going to have to do this extra work to continue to align the SDG localised targets, were we not already aligned? And what work is required to continue to align? Surely they're aligned already.
That is particular to after the council workshop earlier this year, in which it was identified 76 targets, and so the further work is around refining even further to a localised environment. The 76 seems a bit too broad at this stage.
The resolution on the screen, councillor, seeks to do that refinement.
So are we saying that a decision was made in a councillor workshop to change the direction there?
No, we were not, councillor. So council formally directed a change to the SDGs. The workshop provided some guidance, and that has been reported back to council formally, and this is a subsequent report on that, seeking further guidance.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I see none. Thank you. So, we have the resolution in front of us. Someone want to move? I'm happy to move this. We have a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lucas. Right, so in speaking to this, 76 seems a rather large number of targets, but of course, when we had a council workshop, where everybody got to, choose and identify targets, naturally we ended up with a very large spread. And so now the focus is to refine that spread of targets and get them focused on a clearer and more aligned set of targets. And personally, I think thereafter it'd be good to prioritise them so that we can focus on the critical things that really matter to council. And so I suppose we're going to be looking at this side by side with the strategic refresh, and so and bringing the two frameworks into alignment. One of the advantages of the sustainability goals is that they're a worldwide system. So there's a lot of work that has gone in all around the world on these, and there's a lot of other councils and businesses in New Zealand that are aligned with UN's SDGs. And so we have a lot of other work that can be brought to bear on the work that we're doing, and there's a lot of measurement available so that we can see how we're getting on. Who else would like to make a comment? Councillor Vandervis.
Given that the framework is UN and it's worldwide, as a worldwide system, as you've just said, and that a lot of councils are already aligned, why would we do all this work? Why would we produce all this paperwork? Why would we produce our own individual sets of carbon footprints when they're no real different from Hastings or Tauranga or any other city of this size? Why would we set up some workshops to expand the targets, or had the effect of expanding the targets to 76, and then realising that 76 targets is just a hopelessly large number and we're just going to have to contract them all again, when all of these things are already aligned and they're all agreed at a sort of world international level? Surely we don't have to be spending these extra time resources on doing this kind of paperwork. I am desperate to see any real advantage to the people of Dunedin of any of the 76 targets. Even if you do believe that some of these targets are going to make a difference to the climate, I don't see any of it actually producing anything tangible, anything useful. It seems to me to be a self-serving set of virtue signalling that, oh, we must be doing something, and oh, we've got all these expanded range of targets, and at the end of the day, signifying nothing. I'll be voting against because it is simply a waste of resources, staff time and money and our time.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, this has been a challenging process over quite a period of time, but the focus of the Sustainable Development Goals is a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people on the planet now and into the future. And it's not just about climate change. The targets are around no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry and infrastructure, reducing inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions. And the last one is partnership for the goals. So these are all things that we as a city are delivering for our community, especially around the infrastructure, economic growth, good health and well-being. So that going through this process is actually, well, I guess sometimes you go big to go back to being small. So we did have discussions around some of these goals, and when I look at them, some are things that only the country can focus on, and then some are for local government to focus on. When we got our report back in 2020, which talked about our strategic framework, one of the key things that we needed to do was to look at a sustainability framework, and it has been a long and painful process, but we are getting there. And I think that once we've had that discussion around how do we set good targets for our local city, and this is what the intention of the SDGs to do, is to take that worldwide framework and then put it into local action. And I know that there is a bunch of work around it, a bunch of red tape around it, but this is the important thing that we do as a city, is to get our strategy right, get our goals right, and look after all the people in the city for all of those things that matter, making sure, I mean, we talked about homelessness and housing action earlier today, and that is one of those goals as well. So it's how do we take those and translate them.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this, and the reason I won't be supporting this is that I have a master's paper in sustainability, and one of the things that became clear when I had a bit more education around the sustainability area is that while the SDGs provide a broad framework for global development, a circular economy provides a more direct and practical approach to resource management and waste reduction, making it a powerful tool for achieving sustainable development. So I won't be supporting this because I think a circular economy is far more effective, and I think we should look at that instead. It focuses on resource efficiency, closed loop systems, direct impact on environmental goals, economic benefits, and it aims to create systems where waste is minimised and materials are kept in use for as long as possible, reducing reliance on virgin resources. Economically, it can lead to cost savings through reduced material costs, new business opportunities in recycling and remanufacturing, and increased resilience to resource scarcity. And I could go on, but yeah, I won't be supporting this for those reasons. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. And just like the previous speaker, I won't support this as well. I'll remain consistent in my reluctance to support the SDGs. And just again to the previous speaker, we were of course looking previously at Kate Raworth's donut economics model and the city portrait. And my comments that follow are absolutely no slight on staff. They're ever following direction that we make. It's been mentioned that SDGs are worldwide and have numerous and have, you know, they have a past and they have an experiential existence from which we can create something. eventually, because this has been going on a long time. But it's important to remember also that SDGs have their problems, and I mean any quick peruse of the of the internet will throw up those issues, and I'll just list some. They're non-binding, of course. They're vastly underfunded, and we're going to be victim of that. They're not urgent enough. I definitely agree with that. They're too vague. I'll come to that in a moment. There's too many of them. We recognise that, and of course we are addressing that. They're definitely not immune from politics. They set goals instead of rights, and I think that's really important as well. They definitely exacerbate global inequality. They're obviously hard to sustain in a fracturing world, and I presume this was written just prior to the continuing fracturing that's going on around the world as we speak. And this is an important one. Their lack of progress, and I think we have to be careful here, breeds apathy, and that applies to a lot of what we do, but I think it particularly applies to these. If you remember, not too long ago, the city portrait, the path we were going down and doing great work on, was way more community adaptable, in my view, than SDGs, and way less confusing, ironically, because it was the supposed confusion of city portrait that led us, if I remember correctly, down this road. And I don't know about anybody else around the table, but reading this and having read it previously, I am utterly confused, actually. And in terms of working collectively together to pin something down here, just as a reminder, I had to leave the previous workshop in these because when I committed the crime of at least trying to raise some of the contradictions that existed, a battle ensued, and I was forced to leave that meeting. And I think it's important, if we are going to do things collectively, that we are allowed to raise in a workshop forum some of the problems. I think that's how you come to good solutions. And in terms of these in general, I mean, to me, there's a lot of fluff in here. It's a lot of political speak, and I'll just speak to some of the contradictions. We talk about, in these SDGs, about empowering local communities, but at the same time, through the recent, prior to the 9-year plan and the 9-year plan process, we again decide not to fund further place-based groups. They talk about public toilet improvements through the 9-year plan process. We've decided to defund our matrix of toilet improvements. It talks about expanding housing. Through the 9-year plan, we voted to not fund further investment in community housing. It talks about Ōtepoti Dunedin's improved through better infrastructure enforcement and public awareness with a strong focus on cycling and pedestrian safety. And again, just look at the controversy around Albany Street and any controversy, any discussions around this table about the desire to defund those things. So just be aware, it's great having the list of aspirational stuff, but unless you're going to walk the talk, to me, it's fluff and political speak, and I just simply can't, in good conscience, support it.
Very good. Any other speakers? No. Okay, so, in coming back to this, I think one of the key things, we've only had 2 workshops on this. We haven't actually spent that much time on it, but obviously staff have done a whole lot of work, and well done for pulling all of that information together and extrapolating it out. But, you know, it will be, the next workshop is to refine it down and settle on what we want to. But I think it's far better that councillors work together and workshop the SDGs so that they end up with something everyone's had a part in developing, rather than someone hands down a set of rules and away we go with that. So I certainly hope that Councillor Vendis will get to see advantage from these, and personally I would like to see that we prioritise down to a couple of key goals that are most important for the city, and the ones that spring to mind for me are infrastructure and economic development. But naturally, people around the table will have their different ideas, and we'll be able to discuss that in ongoing workshops. So with that, we'll take the vote and we'll take it by division.
Councillor Acklin.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso. No. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 8-6.
Thank you. Item 10. Carbon removals, aka sequestration. We have Ms McTavish and Mr McLean. Yes. To the table, please. Right. Do we have any prefacing comments?
I do, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just firstly, Mr Rory McLean is being a good dad and looking after a sick child today, so he's our expert on the modelling. So we, or I use that term loosely, Ms McTavish will do her very best to answer any technical questions on the modelling, but we may have to come back to you. So that's the first thing. The report in front of you is largely just a formal summary of the material we discussed at the recent workshop. So hopefully you're more familiar with it now than prior to that workshop. And lastly, I emailed you all this morning, and many of you won't have had a chance to see it. There is an error in the paper on page 117 of your agenda, table 2. The figures shown in Table 2 were actually inadvertently copied over from Table 1. And in particular, the column marked exotic hardwoods for DCC net zero in hectares for planting in 2030 to 31 is the target year. The table in front of you shows 16,500 hectares required. The correct number is 2,500. And then moving down into 2035-36, Indigenous plantings for DCC net zero in hectares should be 6,200, not 20,000. And similarly for exotic hardwoods should be 1,100, not 10,000. So we'll have those updated for you, but they're all sitting in your email inbox for your reference. They were correct at the workshop. But yeah, happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay. First question, Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for adding the graph in here, because I love graphs. This is the one I'm referring to on page 114, which shows the different sequestration levels of Otago pine, exotic hardwoods and Indigenous forest. Now, I note that Indigenous plantings are very high on the list of targets, 21,000 hectares there, and your new figures. But I also note that Indigenous forests actually sequester the least carbon by a very considerable margin. Why would we push Indigenous plantings when any other plantings, especially exotic hardwoods, like the macrocarpa forest I've planted in our farm, actually sequester much more carbon, they grow much more quickly, and you end up with a useful product at the end of it.
If I may, through the chair, thank you, Councillor. There's, I think, a few things in that. Just to clarify that the 21,000, the figures in the table that were referred to are simply a function of the modelling that we've done. So the fact that Indigenous plantings for net zero, for the DC, that they're higher for Indigenous plantings relative exotic hardwoods is just a function of exactly the what you've pointed out, which is they take longer to sequester carbon. So to sequester the same amount of carbon, you require a greater number of hectares of forest. So that's just a modelling piece that we've done. In terms of the suggested way forward, so when council signed off on the zero carbon plan and the subsequent action to give effect to the zero carbon plan, which, so just guide you to 18 and 19 on page 109, that sets out what staff were directed to do, which is to explore options to encourage and support growth and sequestration that aligns with mana whenua and community values, including the role of DCC and DCHL offsetting, if any. So what staff have done, and what we've brought this interim report back to you around, is we've looked at the full suite of options that might be available, and we've recommended further work on 4 areas, which are in many ways underway already, that we think align best with that particular goal. In some ways, that further work is a little bit agnostic to what type of planting, because that needs to be worked further through. So, for example, on the list of future actions is some further work with DCHL to explore contributions. Within the DCHL suite of contributions that might be made would be planting of pinus that might have co-benefits for dividends or other things. At the other end of the scale, staff have identified that there are potential opportunities on DCC land where Indigenous forests might be more appropriate and might align better with the values for that particular piece of land. So at this point in time, we've essentially stayed away from coming to you and recommending just this type of forestry or just this type of planting. What we've said is we think that these 4 avenues for further work are best aligned with the outcomes or the direction that council sought us to pursue.
So to clarify, it's the mana whenua and community values that lead you to want to do more Indigenous forests?
If I may, through the chair, I guess there are a raft of different values that the community might have, and a raft of different ways of those being achieved. Our work and our reporting to you here has sought to reflect that. We haven't had in-depth conversations with mana whenua about their values. We've had an initial point of contact, and we have looked to other council strategies primarily to derive what might be important in terms of community values. That might be economic dividends, or it might be at the other end of the scale Indigenous plantings and potentially even Indigenous forestry. But that on that spectrum, what we've tried to do is take one step back from that answer and said, well, what are the streams of work that will get us to a place where we can bring you options along that full spectrum for you to consider? And at the conclusion of the 4 pieces of work that we are proposing to do, or that this paper sets out as next steps, you would have options that sat along that entire spectrum from plantings, city forest plantings, through to Indigenous reforestation on council land.
Okay, and finally, another issue, again relating to the same graph. When a Tago pine is so much more effective at carbon removal than Indigenous forest, for instance, why would we then go about eradicating wilding pines on otherwise barren hinterland and potentially enormous quantities of it? Why wouldn't we allow wilding pines to simply go crazy in areas that are unproductive, barren, and not sinking any carbon at all?
So I think there are probably other staff members that would be better placed to speak to that than I. It's not my area of expertise, but I do know that there are concerns about the spread of wilding pines on rural productivity, on biodiversity, on fire risk and various other values. But yeah, it's outside of my area of expertise, really.
I might jump in. We actually have obligations under the Otago Regional Pest Management Plan and the Biosecurity Act to control certain pine species, as all landowners do in certain areas. That's so it's probably a question I think best directed to the Otago Regional Council.
Like many, thank you.
Okay, I've got a question. I recently saw a reference to a University of Otago study where they had found, somewhat to their surprise, that Fiordland, the indigenous forest there, was actually trapping a whole lot more carbon than they expected. And so the nodding of the head answers my first question. You're aware of that study. And might that have an influence on the reasons why we would like to be planting indigenous forest, over and above the fact that it would last, stay in the ground a lot longer rather than be harvested on a cyclic basis as radiata pine would be?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So that's really interesting piece of new research that has come out. Suffice to say that basically primarily because pine is such an important commercial species for New Zealand, it has been really well studied. And so determining things like growth rates and sequestration rates are something that has flowed very easily from that breadth of knowledge that exists within the country. It would be, it's probably fair to say that there's a lot less work or less targeted work that has been done around our indigenous forests, and that evidence base is still growing, and there is thankfully now quite a lot of work being done on it. Similarly, things like blue carbon that sits within wetlands, and even marine carbon is now an area where there is a lot of science and work being done. So yes, in some ways, there's a bit of catch up to do around in the science around some of these other areas of carbon to make them more measurable and more easily able to be quantified. So we would seek to stay abreast of all those developments as we continue our work and bring you updated advice as and when we can on that.
Difficult question, but do you think the fact that native forest has have a whole spectrum of canopy height, so from right at the top all the way down to the ground, so you've got lots of different types of vegetation growing and falling into onto the ground and accumulating over time? Do you think that would be a key factor in that?
I think if you could solve that one, I reckon the scientists would love to talk to you.
Okay. Just a question, curiosity question. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too was going to ask about that article, and for colleagues who haven't seen it, scientists may have found a big mysterious carbon sink in the South Island with the study led by NIWA. It's very interesting reading. It's RNZ if people want to have a look up. So that question answered. I just wanted to check with you around paragraph 18 and the community values. We've had quite a lot of approaches, both individually and through the 9-year plan, as I recall, from community wanting to be part of this journey, and I'm assuming that will encapsulate the volunteer aspect of planting, because there's already people out there doing it, and I think they want guidance. Would that encapsulate that sentiment?
Yes, so it would, to the extent that there are people who either want to plant on council land or people who want to know what to plant to contribute to a broader network of improved ecosystems and carbon sequestration. So that blue and green networks piece is basically an information piece, and at the low end, basically the low end of options to give effect to that work, information provision is one of those. And then council may wish to expand or further invest in volunteer-led work on its own land, or it may wish to look at even securing or investing in quite large-scale planting projects. So that's basically there's a spectrum of options available to council, and the work that we would be doing would look at that full spectrum.
Thank you for that, Ms McTavish. And is it also part of that taking the community with us piece of work, that behavioural change, that education, even though it might not have a major impact on sequestration and the figures, it's part, is it not, of that taking people with us?
Absolutely, yes. I think the more hands on deck for these projects, the better, right? From a range of perspectives. One of the things that is evident from looking at the sequestration work is that there is a great deal of community goodwill around certain types of planting, and a lot of people that do really want to be involved. And I include in that groups that are doing quite significant, well-scaled plantings, particularly on the back of Jobs for Nature funds, which are now coming to an end. So, there's a lot of great people out there doing great work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ms McTavish and to Rory for the great workshops. Actually, it was fantastic and very useful in terms of reading this. My question relates to Councillor Van der Vis's question, and I don't think should be underestimated. And I ask this with my Dunedin Wildlife Hospital and predator-free trustee caps on, and not ignoring the fact that I'm sitting in the wildlife capital in New Zealand. Are there not huge and incalculable co-benefits that accrue from planting indigenous forest when it comes to giving place and protection to our very important and precious fauna?
Yes, just guiding you to 41, paragraph 41. We've looked there at co-benefits and alignment with community values as expressed by DCC strategies, and for a range of reasons, including contributions to biodiversity, but also cultural values, also recreation values. It tends to suggest, although it would be determined by this council, that community values, there is a lot of support for the indigenous vegetation.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On paragraph 46 on page 116, you're talking here about the indicative area of planting required to meet a 2035 Dunedin net zero target, and for BAU for exotic plantings there would be 16,500 hectares. So that is approximately double what's currently planted, because in the next paragraph we talk about 17,000 hectares. Is that correct? And of that 17,000 hectares, do we know how much of that is owned by city forests?
So the second question, I'm sorry, that's probably information that's held in Rory's head, and I don't have access to that today. We can come back to you with that information. In terms of the clarification on this, yes, I can confirm that under a BAU emission scenario, you would need to have an additional 16,500 hectares, which is almost a doubling of existing exotic forests. I think what Rory also covered in the workshop with you is that this 16,500 would be on top of the sequestration or the added forestry that is already built in to occur under current government settings. So current government settings are preferencing tree planting to achieve targets, and there would be growth in that. That is built into the modelling. So this would be additional to that as well.
And City Forest is only one of many forestry owners, obviously Waneta and others, and also added does it imply that forestry that is due to harvest between now and 2035 would be replanted, whether it be by City Forest, Waneta, farm, forestry blocks, whatever? Is that presumed that would be replanted in forestry?
So Rory has engaged with each of the companies and built in their modelling, their harvest cycles, what they've shared about their harvest cycles and intentions, which obviously get a bit woolly further out. But he has built that in. I don't know the detail of what those intentions are, sorry.
That's fine, thank you. And one last question. On page 119, on 59, on the first bullet point under A, it says here, confirmation of a net zero emissions target at either the Dunedin or DCC scale would emphasise strategic action to grow carbon removal. So just wondering whether you could expand on that, what that actually means.
Yeah, so in terms of targets, in emissions reduction targets, there are choices available to any entity that wishes to set one, including setting a gross emissions reduction target or setting a net emissions reduction target. And there are, you can unpack that in a lot of different ways, including budget envelopes and various other different things. But in crude terms, a gross emissions reduction target means that you're directing an organisation or an entity to focus on reducing actual emissions into the atmosphere from activities, and a net target adds the balancing out of any residual emissions. So obviously as a country we have a net zero 2050 target, and we have budget envelopes with gross emissions reduction targets. As a council, at the moment, we have a net zero target for the city and a gross target for the DCC. So at a DCC level, we just focused on reducing our actual emissions from activities. At a city level, we're interested in that plus offsetting. So offsetting or somehow balancing out to achieve that net position. Does that answer your question?
Not really. What I was getting at was the grow carbon removal. So what you're saying in early 26, when the options report came, I was meaning, is there going to be quite a segment in there about sequestration and what the city should do about that, and about, the number of extra trees that need to be planted?
Yes, I guess we would be providing you with information about the pros and cons of a gross target versus a net target and different options on that spectrum, and as part of that unpacking what each of those might mean, including for carbon removals. But the actual, I think the work that's set out in this paper in terms of developing up investment options for you, that will take longer than an early 2026 time frame. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are other councils looking at doing this work with the sequestration and planting a whole lot of forests?
If I may, through the chair, we would probably need to go back out and do a double check on that. At the time that we developed the zero carbon plan, the DCC's net zero target, short-term target, was a relative anomaly. Other councils had set targets. In part, that reflects the fact that a lot of other major metros don't actually have much land area. So Dunedin is a bit of an anomaly. So it's not that's not a bad fit, I guess, from the perspective of achievability relative to other entities. Yeah.
So I was trying to find out the costs of planting a hectare of native forest or exotic hardwood, and some of the native forests were between 20,000 to 30,000 per hectare, which I don't know if my calculator told me that $525 million was a correct value. So I just wonder, before we go down this pathway, because in the report it says rapid deep cuts in emissions are required to avoid catastrophic climate change. However, in the work that we're doing talks about dealing with the emissions cutting and the emissions at source, and there has to be a balance between, I think it's been said many times, we can't plant our way out of it. So I guess before we are heading down these pathways, have we got an example of what it might cost us to plant 21,000 hectares of indigenous plantings or 2,500 hectares of exotic hardwood? Because without those numbers, it's very difficult for us to leave it till the end of 2026 to start making decisions like this, and we might be spending a lot of time on a pathway that's actually not efficient.
Yeah, so I guess if I may, through the chair, probably that work, we could do some of that work to bring that to you at the time of target options work, to give you some sense of quantity. I guess part of the reason for setting out for you the DCC, what it would take to offset DCC's emissions versus what it would take to offset the city's emissions is that council has choices. It's seeking to manage and reduce emissions at both scales, and council has decisions to make about the contributions that it can make at both of those scales. One option that is available to council is to say, okay, well, we feel that it's one option might be for council to think that it will take responsibility for organisational emissions and balancing those out, and also creating avenues for other entities within the city who might be generating emissions to similarly take responsibility for their emissions. In that way, council would not be fronting up with ratepayer cash to offset the whole city's emissions, but it would rather be taking responsibility for one part of the pie that it has direct control over, or more direct control over, and then creating a platform or an opportunity for others to also play their part. That is, those two pieces are within the scope of what work we are suggesting you carry forward. So we would, if council were of a mind to do something scaled back, then having the information that will be available as a result of our proposed work program would still support that outcome.
So that means that we would get a price basically for, I looked at a price for the indigenous planting, so that, when it says the 20,000 or 21,000 hectares, I think that's really important for us to think about when we're going to balance it with maybe we just decide to buy everyone an EV instead. So, those are the decisions that we would have to balance off if we were to decide with the goal, and then if the community understood what those figures meant as well. I think it's important maybe to have those figures and conversations a little earlier than 2026, if that's possible.
We're very happy to lean in with some workshops if that's valuable, I think we are now really well placed to present options for you and tweak modelling and show you various pathways and what that might look like. I guess just reminding councillors that you essentially have three different axes at play. Like, you can, if you're still interested in a net target, you could have a net target but push it out, and that will reduce the number of trees that are required to plant. Another option is saying, well, actually, we're going to focus on gross emissions reduction. Another option is to say that you're interested in a different scale, achieving net at a different scale. So there's kind of a multitude of different ways to achieve potential outcomes that council is seeking. And because some of those options count at different scales, you're essentially, it's like killing two birds with one stone. It's a terrible analogy with Councillor Walker in the room, but you're advancing two different goals in partnership. Hopefully the paper shows you that we're seeking to progress options that keep those options in play for you.
Okay. Are there any further questions? I see none. Thank you. So, I'll move then that Council notes the carbon removals update, including information about work to date, key considerations, potential roles and the next steps. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Gilbert. And speaking to this, I think carbon sequestration is quite a very important topic in these days of emissions reduction, and it's another a weapon that we have in our quest to reduce the emissions from Dunedin City, but also from Dunedin City Council. But it's interesting to see that latest information from the University of Otago about Fiordland, and for us to get a handle on what is the best way for us to achieve that. But one thing we can see from this report is that by pushing the date a bit further out, we've got a realistically attainable quantity of plantings that we can achieve on an ongoing basis. So it'll be interesting to see where we end up and with the next steps on this topic. Would anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis.
Carbon removals update. There's been an awful lot of carbon removal paperwork that I've seen over many years now, especially recently. It seems to become something of a fashion. This is yet another 20 pages, and I note that probably one pine tree was needed to be chopped down to produce those 20 pages. Going to the graph that's on page 114, it's abundantly clear that if we're to be serious about sequestering carbon by planting trees, then Indigenous forests are less than half as effective as any other kind of trees that we were going to plant. Despite Mayor Raddick saying that there's a new bit of research being done on Fiordland's existing Indigenous forest, he said something along the lines that had shown that the carbon sink was more than anticipated. More than anticipated doesn't really tell us anything, and I very much doubt that the more than anticipated is going to affect the factual evidence that we see in the graph and the common sense evidence that you get when you walk into a macrocarpa forest or a eucalypt forest and see these trees growing up to 50 metres, sometimes as little as 20 or 40 years, and compare that with the bulk of carbon that's sequestered in an Indigenous forest. Now, much as I love Indigenous forests and walking through them, and in fact have, being involved in forestry now for many years, have actually tried to produce an Indigenous forest with the planting of totaras. Totaras in particular, because I have this fanciful idea that I can plant some of the world's best timber for my great-great-great-grandchildren. Most of our farm, however, is Kanuka and Manuka, which you can't do anything with anyway in terms of some product at the end of it. If you are serious about sequestering carbon, then any fanciful ideas about doing it with Indigenous forest need to come up against reality. And the realities are that A, they're never going to be anywhere near as effective as the faster growing species, and B, that if you're going to try and grow them, and I have some practical experience here, the possums are going to get to deal to them way before they get a chance to even get out of the ground. I tried planting a whole section of a hillside in totaras about 30 years ago, and the possums absolutely wiped every single one of them out and chewed them to the ground. At the same time I planted eucalypts, at the same time I planted a whole hillside of macrocarpas. The macrocarpas did the best of the lot. Possums didn't really touch them. and they grew so quickly that they just became homes for the possums rather than food. So if we're going to get real about carbon sequestration, and I'm not even convinced there's a good reason to do that, but if we're going to get real about it, we need to look at the actual graphical data that's in front of us and say, let's do the thing that is going to make the biggest difference. And let's not try and impose some ideological idea on the reality that is forestry. Forestry, to me, is something which we have an enormous amount of potential of. The hinterland in particular has enormous areas of unproductive, barren land, absolutely begging for forestry. And if you travel through central Otago and you look at the hillsides, I'm thinking of particularly above Middlemarch, and cross your eyes slightly, you can still see the ghosts of the magnificent forests that used to clothe most of that area. It has been forested in the past, could be forested again. We should be practical about how we go about forestry, and quite frankly not indulge in these fanciful ideas that somehow Indigenous forests are going to do something for the climate.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to read from this article about scientists may have found a big mysterious carbon sink in the South Island, and it's actually NIWA scientists that have led this work, and they believe that the native forests in the South Island are capturing much more carbon than previously thought, which could pave the way for New Zealand to use pest control and other conservation efforts to boost forest health and help meet the country's climate targets. Now, there's a bit of a mystery around this. They're talking about they've got to resolve the mystery of where tens of millions of tonnes of seemingly disappearing carbon dioxide go to. And so this is an ongoing piece of research. It's not going to be the total salvation in terms of sequestration, but we need to be open to this kind of research. And the idea that it's something of a fashion and fanciful ideas just does not cut the mustard in terms of this kind of research. Of course, planting native forests is not going to be the whole answer, and that's not what is being suggested here. And we do need to harness our volunteers. It's not, again, going to be the whole answer. It'll be at the lower end in terms of the quantity of carbon sequestered, but it takes the community with us. So I want to thank the staff, led by Ms McTavish, for the report and the excellent work done, and let's keep an open mind as we go forward to all of the research that will come as we journey through this particular issue.
Councillor Barker.
I'll be quick because I know we're some people have to leave. I just did want to flag the asking for around the cost of planting those forests, because when I looked up how much it costs to plant a hectare, it can be between 20 and 30,000 for Indigenous plantings, and we've got experts at City Forests that will be able to tell us the hectare cost for planting something that is the size of City Forests again. So I think we need to get those costs to understand the pathway that we could take by planting more trees, but as I say, you can't plant your way out of it, versus investment in other things. So I would love to see the costs as soon as possible so we can understand what we're working with.
Councillor Wiley.
Sorry, I won't be reporting. I won't be supporting this paper, and I do acknowledge it is for noting. My biggest issue with it is that actually the scale that is required to meet net zero 2035, as is in our papers on page 116, paragraphs 44, 45, 46 and 47. The scale that is required to head in this pathway is dramatic, and I quote from the ODT headlines where from the after our workshop, which was on June the 5th in the ODT, it said that if the goal was shifted, Mr. McLean said, if the goal was shifted to 2020 2035 27,000 hectares of indigenous plantings or 16,500 hectares of exotic plants were needed for the city to become net zero, as there was more time for the trees to grow. Now then we look at, in paragraph 47 of our papers, in context there are currently 17,005 hectares of commercial exotic forests in Dunedin. When you start summing up those numbers and that equation, fine, plant some trees. It will make a difference, that's for sure. But what really scares me is a lot of this planting would take place on very valuable farmland that is really productive for our economy. And that is consistently happening around the country, and it's good to see the government is actually moving in October to put some barriers in place. But when you actually start planting out good farmland, you actually start breaking communities, because that land does not become productive, it doesn't rotate, it doesn't generate further income. And that has been seen across the country in small communities where schools have closed and basically businesses have closed because the farmers have actually had to leave. So all in all, I understand what this paper is about, I actually acknowledge all the good work that's gone into it, but I can't support it.
Any other speakers? Okay, well, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but some of the commentary I've heard just inspires me to. First of all, I am going to support this motion. I don't think it goes far enough, but that's the decision we made, a 9-year plan. Secondly, we seem to think that we are in control, and if we just get more figures and more numbers and blah, 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 we will get a handle on this. The world is on fire, not just in the climate space, which is really a symptom of 533 years of colonisation. So I just want to say, you know, all this commentary on indigenous planting or non-exotic, let's be very clear, exotic plants wouldn't be here if it wasn't for colonisation. So I think we should support this and not foo-far around about whether supporting indigenous planting or whatever and valuable farmland. As far as I'm concerned, it's all Māori land. And we won't deal with it until we actually deal justly with tangata whenua.
Okay. In replying to this, I just mentioned one thing. Councillor Wiley talked about 2035. And if we look at the chart on page 117, item 49, the 2035 exotic hardwoods target to achieve net zero for the DCC is actually 1,100 hectares, because that was in the email that we got from Mr. McLean earlier today. So I presume that's correct, Mr. McLean? Yeah. So 1,100 hectares is a pretty achievable target for the DCC to get its own emissions down to net zero. However, we're not actually deciding what we're doing today. We're just noting the report, and next steps will be worked through. So we'll take the vote by division. Thank you.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 11-3.
Thank you. Item 11. New Zealand Masters Games Delivery Plan 2026. I expect. Around about 1.
Just a staff note.
Yeah, we'll do that lunch after this. Well, it depends, we might not be long. I'll have a talk to you about, council and wireless expenses afterwards. Okay, so welcome again, Ms. Moran, Ms. Costella, and Mr. Brimble. So we have some opening comments by the look.
I just wanted to introduce Mr. Brimble. John Brimble's the chair of the New Zealand Masters Games Trust here in Dunedin. And yeah, I'll just take the report as read and happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I just have some questions in relation to the budget and in respect to the budget that was in the report that we got, I think, last July. And I'm concerned that that there's no wriggle room for contingencies, that it's break even. And in particular, I'm concerned about the 320,000 of grants and donations and how that's made up of. And last year, I think there was 55,000 from Gaming Trust, if I think rightly. So that's my first question.
Yep, happy to answer that. So the 320 was made up, the budget was sort of set out a little different. So that it did include the DCC grant, which was 186,000, the application we put through to the Regional Events Promotional Fund, and we applied for 70,000, and then there was an additional 64,000 from gaming trusts that was in that. The budget is conservative in terms of what we're expecting from registration numbers. This year we have put them down to the same amount that we received for 2024, so that we are very conservative in that number. We do anticipate an increase in participation. Broader trends have been showing us event attendance has started to increase post-COVID, and comparable events are seeing growth in attendance. So we do anticipate that, although we haven't put those numbers in our budget, to be quite conservative. Also, with being successful in securing part of that Regional Events Promotional Fund, we do anticipate that our targeted marketing externally should increase, and that so there will be a lot more wriggle room in that budget going forward.
Thank you. And you've part answered my next question, because I was, because in the report you talk about the marketing efforts being focused locally, and one of the main reasons why the DCC invests in Masters Games is to bring people into our city and the economic development benefits. So I was a bit concerned that it seemed that the focus on marketing was domestic, locally.
Yeah. So for the sake of the review, it was local, because we did notice that there was a significant decrease in our local attendees, whereas our out-of-town attendees sat at 62%, which is quite high. And that's so we were looking at ways to actually re-engage those local attendees without stopping the existing marketing that we have externally, domestically and internationally. So there's no intention of not trying to bring in extra visitors, and especially with this the Regional Events Promotional Fund, we can target that a lot better.
That's great, thank you. And my other question is, and I see that you're doing away with the village hub, and that the Eager Centre will effectively be the hub, but and I may have read this wrongly, that the onus on a lot of the social events will be on the individual sports. Is that how, and how will that work?
Yeah, that's one thing that we did notice at the last event, is that participants tended to stay at their local clubs and their local sports, and they socialised there. So rather than trying to create two areas for people to socialise, we'll do targeted events at the Eager Centre for bigger nights where we know there's a lot of people in town for events, and then we will also encourage the sports to perhaps put on a bit of entertainment at their club rooms and that, to encourage the participants to carry on there, which benefits them as well.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of my questions have been asked, but I'll come up with a couple of others. In terms of and thank you for your work on this, Ms. Costello, over the years. It's incredible. I'm glad to see it's potentially surviving. in terms of the charge to the participants, which just from personal perspective I've always felt is a bit high, but in the paper I remember reading that you don't really want to play around with that. So the question is, what is that sweet spot in terms of the charge? And I presume that what you're charging now is critical in terms of the sustainability of the event going forward.
Yeah, where we're sitting, we're actually sitting quite a lot lower in comparison to other Masters Games events, and that, but it's dropping that charge really devalues the product, and it means that a lot of things that we're able to provide for our attendees we wouldn't be able to. In comparison, the Pan Pacific Masters Games, they charge $125 for their entry fee straight up, and that whereas our early bird one sits at $65.
Again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but reading the papers, I read that the onus now, let's take golf for an example, so the onus will be more on golf and the clubs in Dunedin to promote the event for, say, the golf part, rather than us having to do that.
Yes, it's always been the model that the Masters Games event, we promote the Masters Games, and that, but we do try and encourage our sports to promote to their audiences. They have the databases, they have the participation, the entrance and that. So we work very closely, and we're looking at ways to try and encourage them to promote to their own markets, which they have access to a lot easier than we do.
And to add to that, one of the major benefits from hosting the games in Dunedin is to the 60+ sports themselves. So it's a benefit for them to promote the games to their own client base, because that then generates income back to them. So an average of 180 to 200,000 going back to a great range of sports, which helps them sustain themselves and also contributes to healthy lifestyles of our local community.
Sorry to hog the mic here, and presumably, and again, let's just use golf as an example. Say I'm flying from Whangarei to compete in the Masters Games. There's also a high chance that a bunch of people coming down might then play other golf courses, just as part of making it a week.
In fact, that's what we're encouraging with golf, to make it more of an experience, so they may in fact contribute to the wider Otago economy.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a few people contact me saying, with the Masters Games, they said, look, we think it would be quite good if I suppose you hear this quite a bit, but if the prices went down, and they were talking about maybe they didn't have the whole entertainment thing, so people had a bit more choice. But it looks like by this paper that you have actually listened to that, and you've actually taken away the hub with the regular entertainment, but the price is still the same. So so my question is, won't you find that some people will complain about that and you might get a bit of a backlash?
I think there's always a risk, and that since the Masters Games price has not increased, I think since probably 2018, we've kept those fees exactly the same, and that where the cost of actually putting on the event, the cost of marketing, staffing costs has increased significantly.
Is it possible that if the cost did go down slightly, you might find you get more people enter? Is that a possibility?
There's always a possibility. I can't say yes or no, but it's probably a more real possibility that the games would end up running at a loss.
Okay. Councillor Vandevers.
The writing off of $148,000 is obviously a disappointment. If the DCC didn't underwrite the games, what would then happen if, for instance, we decided we weren't going to underwrite it in future?
It goes back to 1992 when the council negotiated with Wanganui District Council to share the games. So we have an agreement between the two councils, If council were to renege on the underwrite, you'd have to go back to Wanganui and basically hand them back the rights to the game, which I think Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch would leap at. You know, to put it into context, since 1992, with 17 games hosted here in Dunedin, it's contributed approximately $60 million into the local economy on an average of $3.5 million per games. Now, that's a significant return on investment.
Thank you for clearly outlining what you think would happen if we decided not to underwrite. Is there any limit to the underwriting?
There is a process for us to receive the underwrite, and that's so we report to council late October, early November with the progress of where we're at with sponsorship-wise and participants, and then the council makes a decision whether or not the games can carry on or whether or not we have to cancel them.
So in the event that we are not wanting to underwrite, say the underwrite was looking at more like $250,000 rather than 150,000, would we then be in a position to say from the advanced data that the games just couldn't carry on because the underwriting was going to be too severe? We do get some indication well in advance of the level of the underwriting is essentially the question I have.
Correct, you'd get some idea of, at that time, what it's likely to be.
And what was the estimate back then in this case?
We were not estimating a requirement for the underwrite because at that time registrations were tracking, and where we lost the registration amount was once again in those local entrants, and that who generally as local people we know they enter late at the last minute, so that's where we lost those entrants, and that's where, so it was after that November meeting that we realised that those numbers weren't coming in.
So in fact we didn't really have an estimate in advance of what the underwrite might come to?
At that stage, no.
Okay, Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being the sports person I am, not. I think the Masters Games is a fantastic event, and I do think that your pricing is probably too cheap, to be honest. I certainly understand the need to have to make some changes in relation to the budget, and obviously lesser numbers than there has been in the past, but you know, the 140,000 for the village, that's been in the budget at least for last time, and you're looking at sort of $100,000 saving with what you're about to do. I don't seem to see a cost here. So if you look at the village was costing 144,000, what's the cost for using the Eager Centre and whatever else goes into that part of the budget? Because the budget we've got really just talks about.
Sorry. Yes, so the delivery, that's where the Eager Centre cost is, so that'll include the two nights that we're possibly going to have entertainment on in the Eager Centre and the hire of the Eager Centre.
Right, so that's the hire of the Eager Centre and a couple of nights worth of entertainment, at which obviously beginning, end of the games type thing.
Yeah, that's what we're planning, and as we go forward, yeah.
I haven't been involved in the games or at the games a lot of recent times, and I know that they've been in the stadium, and I think, was it last time were they back at the university, was that right, and the marquee and so on, so I understand what the costs are there, but based on the fact that February weather can be somewhat either really good or really not good, I think the arena as a venue for the entertainment, even though it's only for a couple of nights, I think that'll be really successful. Well done.
And it also reinforces utilisation of council assets to a greater extent. So again, that's another way of returning revenue back to the city.
one more question. So for those nights that you are using the arena, things like food and beverage, that doesn't come back through the games as such. That's a shall we say, a revenue stream for the venue and for the caterers and so on.
Correct.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Councillor Vandervis.
I don't have another question, but I'll just let you know I'm happy to move if you're looking for a mover.
Sure. I've just okay. So we've got a mover and a seconder in a minute. I just had a question about the budget, because your budget looks at the overall the 2 years, the lay year and then the actual competition year, but it ends up in a budget for profit, so which is encouraging. And in terms of the budget this year, and is it on track to? Well, you may have already. I don't know where your year starts and finish, but are you in the black as it suggests already?
At present, we are in the black.
Great.
There's not a lot of expenses have gone out yet.
Yes. Do you think you'll end up in the black for the year? When is your financial year? When does it? So the budget that we've got on our sheet for 25. When does that year? When do you do the? When do you work out the budget? When's the last date?
We have the same as council, so 30 June.
Right.
So yeah.
So you don't know yet. But so do you expect to be in the black by 50,000, as it says?
I expect to be in the black by probably about, because we haven't received the actual regional events promotional fund in our account, so we'll be sort of sitting probably even.
Right. So
it is coming through. It's just a time thing.
Yes, but that suggests that you might actually have a deficit for this year of 50,000 compared to your budget. You might end up even, but you're budgeting a profit of 50,000.
Yep, but that will come in very early in the next financial year.
Oh yes, so that
it's just
money
a timing
that you expected to have in will come later.
Yeah,
right.
timing.
I was just going to I wanted to get a feel of your confidence in the budget that you've got, because it's quite different to the budget of the previous event, which had a lot of, essentially, it's not shown in colour on our screen, but a lot of red ink at the bottom.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I am very confident. I don't want to sit back and ask for a underwrite again, so we'll be managing the budget very, very closely.
It's good. And it's good to see a budget for profit. And so there's a lot of other factors in there that we have discussed around the table that give me confidence in the budget too. So it's good to see that it is on track. So it's been moved by Councillor Vandervis and seconded by Councillor Eklund. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you. This underwrite of $148,000 I'm very pleased to see is being taken very seriously by the organisers. This is a Masters Games delivery plan, and the delivery is for a slimmer events program. The delivery is potentially a break-even, and the positives from the Master Games, as Mr. Brimble very concisely highlighted, are massive for Dunedin. The underwrite, to me, is easily justifiable, especially if you look at, for instance, the amount of subsidy that we give to the stadium, for instance, local events, and what we get for it. I look at this underwrite, unfortunate though it is, as kind of exceptional, and also in terms of what has been delivered by the Masters Games, purely on economic terms, to say nothing of all the social benefits, the connection with Wanganui and everything else, as being really one of the better value things that we've done. That it's an underwrite is, I think, quite necessary, because if you want to put on an event like the Masters Games, there are a whole lot of things that are out of your control. The weather's one of them. People showing up late for registrations or not registering at all are another. And it's this underwrite that we supply that has significant value far in excess of the actual dollar term that we have sitting in front of us today. So mean as I usually feel about parting with any of the ratepayers' money for things like underwrites, I'm very grateful that the Masters Games continues to be a major Dunedin event, and very happy that we continue to maintain the underwrite, especially given the committee's focus on actually trying to go for a break even. It's great value for the city, and I hope you all support the Games delivery plan.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. As ever, I fully support Councillor Vandervus in everything he said, actually. This event, I just want to thank Vicky and the team. They've done a phenomenal job ever since I've been involved in council, and I've attended many Masters Games more in the past than I have in recent times. But it is an iconic event. It's important for the city. I'm really glad when I got these papers and I saw this in the papers, I had the fear that we were going to get a paper telling us we were seeing its demise. But I'm glad to see that it's going to be maintained. And I think I did ask the question around pricing, and I'm pretty satisfied with the answer. I think they're probably, the team have far more in-depth knowledge of this than I do, and I think they probably are right that it may devalue it, and I don't see why anybody who's spending lots of money to travel from elsewhere would then ultimately be put off at the cost, which, as we have heard, is pretty good value as compared to other Masters Games elsewhere. So let's fingers crossed that the next Games is a roaring success. And I didn't fulfil my promise of last time of attending. I promised to attend the wine tasting, and sadly I can't do that anymore because I since then have given up drinking, so I have to find something else on the list to tempt me along. Thanks.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understood with wine tasting that you don't swallow. I'm impressed to hear Councillor Vandervus's comments, and he's pretty much gobbled up most things that I would say, so I won't repeat them, but I really just want to thank the board and Vicky for all the work that you do for the Masters Games and have done for a long, long period of time. It really is a great event for the city. And I certainly take the point that if we were to say we don't want to have the franchise that is in place any longer, it'd be very quickly snapped up somewhere else. And so, great stuff. I wish you all the best for the next event. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm pleased. I have participated in Masters Games years gone by, not for a wee while, and had a great deal of fun in there, and including listening to Councillor Eklund and his ensemble playing. But very impressed with the organisation that it's always had, and I'm very pleased to see, that they've got a budget for profit and are on track with that. And I'm sure it'll be another wonderful event for the city. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Vandervus.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, so we have the resolution on the screen behind me that Council notes the New Zealand Masters Games delivery plan. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. At this point, we'll break for lunch. Now, how long do you need, Councillor Walker? How long do you need? Till 1:30 or till quarter to 2? 1:30. Okay, so back at 1:30. All those in favour say aye. Against? That was seconded by Councillor Walker.
Minister for Tourism. So we're up to item 12, LGNZ Annual General Meeting remits, and Chief Executive will speak to this. Thank you, Sandy.
I'm happy to take questions, councillors.
Have we any questions on the Local Government New Zealand Annual General Meeting remits, which are detailed in your paper? Councillor Houlihan.
On the email we received earlier today.
You mean the confidential email?
Confidential.
That's a confidential email you've received today? Yeah. Yes. Any other questions, councillors? There being none, I'm happy to move that the council delegates to the voting delegate, the mayor, the authority to determine the DCC's voting position for the remits submitted to the LGNZ AGM. Seconded Councillor Ackland. I don't wish to speak to it. Does anybody wish to speak to that? Councillor Gary.
I won't be supporting this because it's helpful to have an idea of the voting position. While some things do come up in the debate, it's important that council's direction on this is taken into account, and so I won't be supporting this.
Any further speakers to that motion? I'll just say before I put the motion is that last year I was the voting delegate as the mayor was in a meeting with the ambassador for somewhere, I think, and I voted in line with council's position on any of the remits, and I'm sure the mayor would do the same. That being the case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. Two. Councillor Vandis and Councillor Gary and Councillor Lafiso, 3 voted against that. Yes, all recorded. Item number 13, 9-year plan 2025 to 2034 update report. Invite Ms Allen and Ms Fraser and Mr McCaulfield to the table to speak to that. It's on page 147 of our papers. I'm Ms Boudica. Lots of people. Thank you. Do you have any opening comments?
No, thank you. We're happy to take questions.
Councillor Vandis.
Given the recent geopolitical changes and the confirmation by Mr Davey, who runs the Waipori Fund, that an increase in oil prices generally also results quite quickly in an increase in interest rates, and the Straits of Hormuz now being threatened and oil prices due to rise dramatically, does that change your assumptions, or does it weaken the assumption long term of a 5% interest rate on our debt?
I'll take first crack at that if I can, because as Mr Davies said, and as you'll have noticed today, councillors, the global geopolitical situation is volatile, and at the minute there's a suggestion that there's been a ceasefire agreed, which would ameliorate those concerns. And so I think the 5% as predicted is as good an assumption as we can make, given the uncertainty, and a lot of that uncertainty, as Mr Davies has said, is built into those assumptions anyway.
Any further questions? Because these assumptions just reflect their decisions from the previous council meeting. Nothing further. Thank you, staff. Well, I'm happy to move that council approve the updated significant forecasting assumptions and notes the updated rewording in the revenue and financing policy. Seconded Councillor Walker. As I said, these are just confirming what we had already decided at our deliberations meeting on the long-term plan. I've got nothing further to say to that. Any further speakers? Councillor Walker.
Just very briefly that geopolitical situations, stroke outcomes, stroke effects are notoriously difficult to predict. And actually, interestingly, this morning, international world oil prices dropped significantly. So, search me.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Van Vis.
I think the issue here is not whether they've gone up or down, but the fact that they are highly volatile, highly unpredictable, and over time, and remember we're talking a 9-year plan here, over time could and very well may vary enormously. The fact that we have forecasting assumptions showing that except for a very minor aberration in the 7th year of the 9-year plan, that there is no plan to repay any of this billion-dollar debt that persists right out to 2034. The fact that we are paying, if we assume 5% on $1 billion, $1 million a week in interest. The fact that that figure may vary tremendously, and that we have virtually no headroom in terms of what we can keep cranking the rates up by in some years. And the fact that also our continual raising of the debt cap is something which has almost become a biennial event. All of these things, to me, don't negate this update report. The update report, I think, is actually quite accurate. But what it accurately says is that we are extremely indebted. We have enormous variability potentially in the amount of interest that we're going to have to be able to pay, and that there is no real mechanism by which this debt can be dealt with. Certainly not in the 9-year plan. So, I mean, I can agree to vote for the update report because it does accurately tell us what we're heading into, but what we're heading into is 9 years of, to me, unaffordable debt costs, unsustainable rates increases, and there is no hope that I can see on the horizon that we are going to get any significant decrease in the interest rate that might make it a bit more manageable.
Any further speakers? I'd just like to note that in these uncertain times, I guess the good thing is that we will be redoing our long-term plan in 2 years, so we can relook at our forecasting assumptions, and we'll have a better idea of where things are at. And in terms of debt repayment, I note that at the council meeting that we asked on the 26th of May, we asked that staff develop a debt repayment policy and present that prior to the 26-27 annual plan. So hopefully we can resolve those. Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Item number 14, Hirawika Harbour Cone Management Plan, Notice of Intent. Mr McLean and Mr Hogg, welcome to the table. Thank you.
I didn't have time to get into the detail. You would have got into the details. Yeah, you're right on top of this.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have you any opening comments for us?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. No, we're happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, gentlemen. I have a question when we're doing the Hirawika Harbour Cone Management Plan, because it is a slightly different thing in that we've got a management group running it. Are we also going to be reviewing the Memorandum of Understanding at the same time?
Thank you, Councillor Barker. This report primarily focuses on the reserve management plan. However, in my view, we're 10 years on. It would be prudent for us to discuss a review of the MOU with the Trust and reflect on what's worked well and what hasn't worked well, and then set us up for the next 10 years going forward. So that's certainly something that we would be keen to discuss with the Trust.
So when that's being discussed, would the changes in council policy over those 10 years be, incorporated within the new plan and then also within the new MOU? I sit on the Trust, so there's some challenges with a group that manages some council property, understanding what council policy is and how it is to be, what's the word? Let's talk about things like signage policies, etc. When we have heritage action plans, all that kind of stuff. So would that be part of that review? And how would that review of the MOU happen? Like, does it come back to council when we've got something like that?
The mechanics and logistics of it, I think I'd need some legal advice, but certainly in a review of the reserve management plan and any MOU would have to be updated to reflect council's current strategies and policies and plans. So yes.
Councillor Gary.
I'm just going to ask a slightly different angle to that question. I was around when the first iteration was formed. It was a large amount of work, very challenging as I recall, but it landed. Would you expect it to be as challenging on this occasion? Or you weren't here, Mr. McLean?
I might let Mr. Hogg talk to the reserve management plan review process. I do recall actually when this was first around. I was at the DCC at that time, prior to heading away to other places, and I think there was a lot of challenge with having purchased what was private property and then turning that into a reserve, and then how do we manage it? Do we manage it with the community? And so there was a lot of that happening. So
yes, thank you for reminding me you were here. I guess that's my point, that won't have to be relitigated, so to speak. You'll have other things, but
sorry, I wouldn't anticipate it, but hey, you never know.
Councillor Leviso.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Tēnā kōrua, Mr. Hogg and Mr. McLean. I've got two questions, and I'll put my second one first, and it sort of follows along the lines of Councillor Barker's and Councillor Gary's questions, just about the actual trust itself. So I looked on the website, and 2022 was the last blog post, and when former Councillor Lord and Mr. Pete were on representing us. I mean, I know it's operational, but is there any influence that you can have on getting them to update their who's on the trust? Because I suspect that the community members also has changed.
There's been some challenges around the website and the management of the website, because I agree it does need updating, so that should be happening. But thank you.
My second and final question relates to the summary of considerations impact on Māori statement, or Māori impact statement on page 159. It's great that Aukaha's involved, but have mana whenua indicated that they don't wish to be involved on the trust? I mean, is there a position on the trust that's reserved for mana whenua specifically?
According to the MOU, I don't think there is a requirement or a position reserved on the trust.
So, I know, but have mana whenua been asked, do you want a position on the trust? Has the conversation gone that far?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure Ms Moran is here. It's a point really well made, and I think a review of the MOU will we'll give that opportunity, but certainly in the reserve management plan, absolutely they will be involved. But I think, certainly an offer to be involved in the management of that land should be offered to mana whenua.
So if I can just ask kind of a follow-up question. So in terms of the review of the Haapiko management plan, so what involvement will the trust have in the review? I'm just not clear on that, and what their expectations are.
Thank you. Thank you. The Trust will be playing an advisory role. Obviously, they're involved quite heavily in the day-to-day management of the Trust, and we'll be relying on them to provide a lot of information and to, I guess, to provide sort of oversight and be checking that our thoughts and planning is realistic. So they'll have quite a lot of input, but we're conscious of the fact that they are not sort of full-time employees to council. So we'll be running a lot of things past them. The next being the engagement plan if the notice of intent is approved.
It's just, I guess, about managing their expectations. That's where I'm thinking. Yeah. Are there any further questions? No, thank you for that. Councillor Barker, do you wish to move this resolution, seeing that you were involved?
Well, maybe I'm happy to. I'm happy to move it. I guess is seconder.
Seconder. I'm happy to second
that.
Thank
you. Just quickly speaking to it, it's a good time to review it. The plan's from 2014, and the reasons that I asked the questions around the MOU is that time has moved on, and it's good to have clarity around the expectations on both sides. I think we give them the rent money for the property plus a $500 stipend that I don't think has moved for 10 or 11 years for the secretarial services, and then I think they'll be able to work a better relationship with the DCC through that as well, because it's a big piece of land with some amazing hard-working people on the Trust working on it, so it'd be good to clarify that stuff.
Thank you. Any further speakers? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion carried. Item 15, Freedom Campaign 2024-25 end of season report, and I'll invite back Mr McLean and Mr Hogg. And thank you, Mr Hogg, for coming back today, as this was on the agenda for last week, so I appreciate your availability today. Any opening comments for us?
We're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Mr Hogg, the new self-containment standards for rental camping vehicles, which came into effect on the 7th of December last year, will have caused somewhat of a complication to the job of the Freedom Camping Rangers and enforcement. Could you speak to that and how that's all panned out in terms of private vehicles versus commercial vehicles and so on and so forth?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, so the legislation differentiated between private vehicles and rental vehicles, and there was a sort of a year's difference in the implementation of the two dates for those new rules to take effect. There was certainly some concern from the rental vehicle industry leading up to the deadline that they didn't have, that the sort of back end of the certification wasn't available for them to get their fleets across the line. However, we understand that in those final few months coming up to summer, there was quite a big push, and the vast majority of the private fleet, the rental fleet, was able to achieve that certification. So we did see quite good compliance with that on the ground. I think it's fair to say it has been a confusing process for some vehicle owners, including some rental vehicle companies, in terms of the specific rules they need to follow and what services are available for them to have their vehicles certified. Generally speaking, I think that, as I said, good compliance. A few cases in which it seemed like rental vehicle companies had continued to provide vehicles that were not meeting the certification standard. We followed up with those companies in those cases, but quite a small number.
And if I may, Madam Chair, thank you for that. Around the community rangers, and do I recall correctly that we shortened the period that they were working? Yep, and that worked okay, I'm assuming. Could you speak to the other work the community rangers have done and the efficacy of that?
Sure, yeah, so the Community Ranger program is a shared program with the Department of Conservation. So there's obviously quite a bit of work tied up with wildlife advocacy, and along with along with freedom camping for the DCC side of things, they're also playing an advocacy role for the Reserves and Beaches bylaw and with the dog control bylaw, and that all kind of ties together really nicely. You've got the sort of the impact that dogs and vehicles can have on marine mammals, so I think DOC and DCC are really well aligned and have a lot of crossover in delivering that work.
And I'm assuming it's a well-oiled machine, given the amount of time we've been doing that program. Yes.
Yes, I think we've managed to improve it each year, and I think we've been happy with some of the results we're achieving. I know that DOC, I don't want to speak for DOC, but I think they're finding really good value in the program as well. So it's each year we have some new challenges and some new work to do. So we sort of adjust things each year to meet those new requirements. But I'd say that the core work is fairly well oiled, I guess you'd say.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Hogg. Not forgetting the work community rangers do for Pakake, please, the sea lion. Great work. Just points of clarification for me. God, is that World War III? Always get worried. Points of clarification for me, because I got a wee bit worried when I read this. So in terms of the community ranger program is not going anywhere, is it? We're still funding that? Okay. From what I'm reading here, the only difference is that instead of proactively approaching campers, it's more of a reactive in terms of just responding to complaints. That's a compliance officer issue, not a community ranger issue?
Yes, that's right. So we've over the previous few years, we've had a community ranger team doing advocacy and education work, and then we've had an enforcement team. The enforcement team will respond to individual complaints of non-compliance, and they'll also do a nightly patrol run over a specific period. So we shortened that period in the previous 2 seasons, and we're looking to move to an entirely reactive model this season.
Talking of reactive, presumably if it all doesn't work out and problems reappear, you can be reactive and maybe looking to reinstigate what we've done previously if problems get out of hand.
Yes, I think we'll be monitoring it quite carefully.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just around that, so on page 242, paragraph 39, it just talks about the freedom camping compliance costs. Is that the security people plus the community rangers? Is that the total of that budget there?
That amount there was for the enforcement costs. On top of that, I believe it was around 70,000 for the freedom camping. For the community rangers.
And the community rangers are paid 50-50 with us and DOC. Is that right?
No, DCC contributes the cost of the ranger wages, and DOC provides a number of other things for the program. So vehicles, they provide office space and HR and all those kinds of things on their end.
Okay, and we have trimmed the budget from the $116,000 for the compliance. I think I remember discussing it. So could you have a figure in your head about what it is for next season? Fair enough. My next question is just around someone rang me yesterday about what looked like this is paragraph 38, what looked like a homeless camper. Someone had been on the side of a road for around 2 weeks. So would they just ring up the DCC and does someone go out and see them? We still running security on the off season?
Yes, that's right. So any of those reports that we receive would be attended to by security officers in that sort of enforcement role.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had a couple of people complain to me that the travellers, freedom campers and that get to use Thomas Burns Park. They say, oh, that's prime site, why can't we use it for parking? But can you talk about the benefits of having those tourists park up there, and because of the proximity to the city, what that means for us as a benefit?
Thanks. Yes, I mean we've conducted surveys in the past which sort of detail the not only the camper expenditure but the attractions that they're seeing and the services that they're using in and around that area. It's certainly been a site which has that the foreign visitors have gravitated towards. It did really increase in popularity over those initial years. And with response to the first part of your question there, we do insist that campers pay car parking fees like any other person during the pay and display period, so the ability for them to camp overnight is not tied up into parking privileges.
If I can ask a question in relation to some information, and there's a parking hearing on Friday in relation to St Clair, and a number of the submissions talk about freedom campers at St Clair. So at the Esplanade, there's no restriction on freedom camping there?
Thank you. The restriction on camping at St Clair is considered Schedule B under the camping control bylaw, which means that you must have a certified self-contained vehicle. In terms of numbers, we have investigated reports of freedom camper numbers there in the past, and what we found is that the number who are there at 2 a.m. is quite different to the number that are there at 7 a.m. So that just worth noting, I think, when thinking about those.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Any further questions? No, thank you, gentlemen. So there being no further questions, thank you, Councillor Gary. Councillor Gary's happy to move, and seconded Councillor Mayhem. Councillor Gary, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like to speak to it, and I was just sitting here thinking how far we've come, and Mr Hogg will know what that's about. I remember a particularly angry meeting with a very large number of people, over 100, at the height of the issues with freedom camping, and we've come so far with a really good solid bylaw, great work by the team led by Mr Hogg, the instigation of the freedom camping, the community rangers, and a shared service between DOC and DCC, which has now been running for a number of years. And it was always my view that education was so much better than simply policing it and handing out fines. We've done a dual approach, which has worked really, really well, and the word has got out about what is acceptable, what fits in with the bylaw, where you can park, where you can't, under what circumstances. And so I look at the figure 4 on page 102, and I look at the decrease in the infringements from early on in 2018-19. And that says it all, really. I also remember the amazing amount of work that went on when COVID hit, and there were campers from all over the world in dire straits, and pastoral care was needed, and this organisation did a great job of following through on that via the community rangers. It's served to protect our reputation as a wonderful destination, and we've had submissions to council, people coming to public forum and telling us about who these people are that come, and often we'd get told they eat noodles, as if there's some crime in that, or to make derogatory comments about young people. What we actually found out was, and surveys have been done, so we know this to be fact, is that there are a variety of people who freedom camp, from retirees to families, to local New Zealanders, to people from overseas, to filmmakers, to intrepid travellers. And they spend money in lots of other ways rather than on accommodation. And so this is a benefit to our city as a destination. It's not an impediment. And I'm also very aware of the extra work that the community rangers do. Really great work around wildlife. Our sea lions sometimes progress onto the road in various remote places, causing some difficulties. And sometimes people need some education around how to behave around our wildlife at our various beaches. So it's a win-win, and I am absolutely delighted to see this report, to look back on how far we've come. We have taken the right approach, and it's a real credit to those who carry that approach out. So congratulations, Mr Hogg, and your team.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? There being none, I'm sure you don't need to have your right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you for that. Item number 16, approval to grant electricity easement to Aurora Energy Limited, part of Ocean Bay Beach Domain, Local Purpose Reserve, Coastal Conservation, Dunedin. Happy to move. Are there any questions first before our gentlemen warm their chairs? No questions? Thank you. Councillor Van der Vis is happy to move, and seconded by Councillor Houlihan. Do you wish to speak to this motion? Any speakers? There being none, I'll put the motion, which is quite a detailed one, which is up on the screen behind us. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Item number 17, resolution to stop part of Whites Road in Waikawiti. We have Ms Nielsen, Ms Canton and Ms Dickel here to speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments, Ms Nielsen? Do we have any questions? We've seen this is a follow-up from the report that we had earlier when we approved to go out to consultation on this. Councillor Van der Vis.
I have asked the question previously why this took so very long, and I have had an answer which pointed out that it wasn't just a very simple land transfer. But even given that, how many years has it been, and was the delay really necessary even given complications?
Yes, you're right, Councillor. It was a process that was perhaps a little bit more involved than what it would seem from first glance. But on reflection, we can see that there's room for improvement in our processes. We've started that review already to look at where we can improve our internal processes. But a lot of the time taken is legislated, and some complex surveying that needed to happen during the process to do with the subdivision and the road stopping.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, staff. Thank you for that. And Councillor Van der Vis is happy to move. Seconder, Councillor Walker. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Van der Vis? Any other speakers? There being none, I'll put the motion that's up on the screen behind me. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 18, declaring gift of land at Portobello from the Otago Peninsula Agricultural and Pastoral Society to be reserved. I feel a little bit like Groundhog Day maybe here. Thank you, staff. Councillor Gary, do you have a question?
I do, and happy to move when the time comes, Madam Chair. On page 274, one of the submissions was from Heritage New Zealand, and it just noted the strong cultural archaeological evidence so care is required for any future developments and full liaison with mana whenua. Once this is gifted to us, do you feel there's enough protection in place that we can ensure that that care will be taken as part of any processes that might happen?
Thank you, Councillor. Having been in the Heritage Chair some years ago as the regional manager, I can assure you that the processes that organisation uses are robust, and Council is bound by those as well. So should any development occur in future and accidental discoveries occur, then we're bound to work through the processes with that group.
Thank you for that answer. And my next question is just to, I was really delighted to see that the question about, so originally, as I understand it, the Agricultural and Pastoral Society didn't want there to be any freedom camping, but they were reminded that during the World Cup it was a really important area for the overspill, and so we've reserved that right. And it was good to see that's all come to pass. I just was interested in the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association's supporting the gifting, but offering up up various suggestions. So I'm assuming that all fits with that idea of overspill. There's no other plans in terms of the Motor Caravan Association, is there?
Thank you, Councillor. No, there are no plans at present for how this land will be managed or developed. Motor Caravan Association was reminding us of their interests. And just pointing out, it's correct, isn't it, that there is a motor camp very close by? Absolutely, they're quite well catered for.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, thank you, Mr. Booth. Mr. McLean, you wish to move that? Councillor Gary is going to move the motion that's up on the screen behind me. Seconded Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Gary? I would, and I'd like to express thanks for the Otago Peninsula Agricultural and Pastoral Society in gifting this land to council and also agreeing to that request around the possibility of it being used for freedom camping, but only in a very special situation such as I've just mentioned during the World Cup, not as a regular thing. I note the importance of it in terms of a strong cultural, archaeological evidence and the importance of any future developments, but there are none planned, but the importance of liaising with mana whenua, which we would do anyway. And this just extends the recreational opportunities in that area. So it's a win-win, and it was from what I gather, quite a complicated process, but staff have followed it, and thank you for your work. We're there now, hopefully. And so thank you. Any further speakers? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Item number 19, proposed event road closures. Any questions? Councillor Benson Pope's happy to move. Seconded by Councillor Vandervis. Wish to speak to it? Any speakers? I would like to move them. No, I don't. I want to put the motion that's up on the screen behind me. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 20, Development Contribution Options Report. This is just follow-up from last week. I'll get this, Carolyn. Yeah. CEO, would you like to speak to this?
So, councillors, this was a recommendation considered by the Economic Development Committee that only had a power to recommend to council. So this paper is simply putting the recommendation from Economic Development in front of you.
Do we have any questions, Councillor Benson Pope?
I'm not sure if I copied it to everyone, but councillors will recall the Mayor sending us a infrastructure commission graph of comparative benefit and cost, and I made the observation to the Mayor that it would be good to discuss that at some point, because it seemed to me to indicate very strongly that we had got it right in terms of where we were pitching our development contribution charges, the modified version, and the fact that we were appropriately charging for the associated cost of development.
And I think the Mayor has asked for the underlying information that they've pulled those numbers from as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions? There being none, I'm happy to move the recommendation on the screen. Second to Councillor Ackland. Anyone really wish to speak to that? There being no speakers, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion carried. I now move, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, to exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting as set out on the agenda. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. We'll take 5 minutes just to for the cameras to get themselves organised, and then we'll move into non-public.